Okay, here we go. So this has been requested, and so I thought it would only be fair for someone who doesn't always enjoy reading to create the audible audio version of my latest book. It's called Stop Winging It, Don't Accept Your Life, Lead It. I'm Rebecca, if we haven't met before. And so this is story time with Rebecca. And you know what? I just want to say I've so appreciated all the support, all the love. Thank you for sharing this with people. Thank you for buying the book. Thank you for helping me get the word out because ultimately, this is it's me. It's my life. And as always, if you are needing a cheerleader, if you're needing just a safe place to vent, to share, and to get coaching, I would love to interview for the job. All you have to do is reach out. So without further ado, here we go. This is your revolutionary guide to break free from the exhausting cycle of reacting to the events in your life and start truly living a life of clarity, intention, and purpose. It provides a practical method for reshaping one's life, building resilience, and creating habits that breed lasting success. Whether you've ever felt stuck, beyond overwhelmed, or merely uncertain about your next steps, this book aims to inspire and empower. It's more than just a set of abstract ideals, it's a thoroughly practical roadmap teeming with actionable strategies to put in place for reclaiming the reins of one's life. You'll master the mindset, learn to set meaningful goals and live a life that is value aligned in everyday actions, a life of purpose and fulfillment. Relatable stories, along with clear guidance on how to transcend the mediocrity of autopilot living, will set the course to intentionally lead your life. You are about to learn from these big principles and practices how to face challenges head on with confidence, build habits to reinforce your vision, and define success on your own terms. Applying these strategies will unlock your potential for designing a life reflective of your true potential and dreams. All right, now I have to add that I feel that many times the question is, are you truly living the life you were created to live? Which I know I'm jumping ahead right now, but it's just, this is why I wrote the book, was because many times I felt like I was being called to do something different that maybe others weren't, or, to do something differently. And I think that's it, right? Is that each of us are just incredible masterpieces that have been created to live extraordinary lives. And many times we just settle for so much less. Okay, so we'll keep going. Thank you for picking up this book and taking a journey with me. This is a privilege to be able to share these insights with you. If you found the content impactful, inspiring, and actionable, I'd love to extend this message to your organization, your team, or community, be it a corporate event, a church conference, a women's ministry event, a seminar catered to entrepreneurs, leaders. My speaking engagements and training sessions can spark a transformation to inspire purposeful action. Visit RebeccaDelPozo.com to explore how we can work together to bring this life-changing message to those who need it most. Let's create a ripple effect of intentional living and purposeful leadership. Introduction: Journey of Reflection at Hidden Treasures Ranch. Imagine a serene ranch landscape at dusk, where the world seems to hold its breath in the golden glow of twilight. A winding path meanders through a lush forest, its edges blanketed with vibrant autumn leaves that crunch softly underfoot. Each leaf, in fiery shades of crimson and amber and gold, seemed to tell a story of change, renewal, casting warm, dappled hues across the scene. Along the path, a small wooden bridge arches gracefully over a gently flowing creek. Its waters are so crystal clear, they mirror the heavens above, streaked with the fading brush of the setting sun. The soft gurgle of the stream blends harmoniously with the rustling leaves, creating a melody that soothes the soul. On the other side of the bridge, a solitary figure stands, its silhouette framed against the waning daylight. They are poised at the entrance of a magnificent stone pathway, its cobblestones worn smooth by the passage of time and countless journeys. The air is tinged with the earthy scent of moss, and the faint whisper of a breeze carries the promise of new beginnings. As your gaze follows the pathway, a break as your gaze follows the pathway, a breathtaking vista unfolds, a panorama of majestic mountains bathed in the soft glow of twilight, their peaks brushing against a sky painted in shades of lavender and indigo. In the distance, the horizon stretches endlessly, inviting you to embark on a journey both outward and inward. The scene is a perfect tapestry of peace, possibility, and wonder, evoking a deep sense of introspection. It whispers an invitation to step forward, to leave behind the familiar and venture into the unknown, where transformative adventure awaits. Here, amidst the tranquil beauty of nature, you are called to explore the hidden treasures of your soul and discover the boundless horizons of your own potential. The moment I first set foot on Hidden Treasure Ranch was in 2023. I was overcome with a powerful vision. It was as though I'd been transported into the future, catching a vivid glimpse of what our lives could one day become. The air felt alive with possibility. I could see it clearly, hear its whispers, and sense its unmistakable pull. The vision was captivating, but silent in the understanding that there would be a leap of faith, an unrelenting commitment to hard work in store. Yet in this moment, I knew then that this wasn't a dream. It was a calling. Like it was a calling from deep within me to nurture it to come to life. Fast forward a few years, and we've created this beautiful trail on our ranch in Montana. We'd love for you to come and experience it someday, so keep reading to find out how. My dream is to host retreats there, big and small. And there's lots of acreage to spread out, and it's a work in progress for sure, but that is definitely true. If we haven't met before, hi there. I'm Rebecca Del Pozo. Let me introduce myself. I'm a dyslexic ADHD, no college degree, former hot mess who once juggled overwhelming debt and zero formal business training. I've always been the kind of person who flies by the seat of her pants, and along the way, I've learned some tough lessons. But here's the good news. I'm here to help you skip some of the pain I've endured. Over time, I've discovered life hacks that not only helped me grow as a daughter, as a wife, as a mom, and as a friend, but it also transformed my business into something I'm truly proud of. If the title Stop Winging It grabbed your attention, then you're exactly in the right place. Let's figure this out together. We need to stop winging it in certain areas of our lives because, truthfully, tomorrow isn't promised. Life is far too precious to leave everything up to chance. Now, don't get me wrong. I am all for spontaneity. I love the spur of the moment decisions that bring excitement and adventure. But here's what I've learned. When you stop winging it in specific parts of your life, you create space for growth in others. The result? A life that feels more fulfilling and peaceful right here and now. Take it from someone who used to excel at what I like to call jazz hands approach. You know the type. Great under pressure, faking it till you make it, thriving on the edge. And that was me for far too long. And while it worked for a while, I realized it wasn't sustainable. Adopting a few simple tips, tools, and organizational strategies changed everything for me. Once I did, life became so much more enjoyable. I found myself less stressed and more in control. And yes, my blood pressure finally leveled out too. Trust me, there's nothing like the peace that comes with a little more intentional, with being a little more intentional in how you navigate your days. So, let's talk about you. You juggle so many roles, whether you're leading a team, building a business, guiding a ministry, or managing your family. It's a whirlwind of responsibilities, exhausting, time consuming, and deeply rewarding all at once. In real estate sales, your days might be packed with managing team members, navigating client needs, coordinating with vendors, staying compliant with rules and regulations, acquiring properties, overseeing renovations, handling tenant issues, and managing legal and financial obligations. As a fellow real estate mom, I know the challenge of balancing entrepreneurial ambitions with the ever present demands of family life. It takes careful time management, strategic delegation, and perseverance. Leadership in any capacity often feels like a juggling act. But here's the good news: there's a better way to thrive without feeling overwhelmed. Trust me, it is possible. Chapter 1: Moments and Melodies. Why write a book? Well, success leaves clues. It's natural to want to uncover secrets behind it. But here's the truth: there aren't any real secrets. What sets successful people apart is their willingness to do the work and take responsibility for their actions. As a child, I was captivated by musicals. One of my all time favorites was The Sound of Music. And there's a quote from it that I absolutely love to share. Maria, these walls were not meant to shut out problems. You have to face them. You have to live the life you were born to live. Another quote that I absolutely love is by one of my amazing mentors this year, John Maxwell. Most people don't lead their life, they accept their life. So, how do we truly lead our lives? Stick around. I've got some thoughts to share. If I can do it, you can too. After all, I'm just a girl with a big heart and a deep desire to serve people. I didn't start with a formal degree, and to be honest, I didn't even know what a P&L was for the longest time. I know, embarrassing. But here's the thing: I've learned, I've grown, and I've discovered so much along the way, and I'm here to encourage you by sharing my story. For as long as I could remember, I've dreamed of being a successful businesswoman. I envisioned myself with a sleek corner office with a stunning view, a vision that felt both ambitious and yet impossible. Maybe at all, maybe it all started when my dad let me count the change in the cash register at Muffin Break, installing in me a love for money and business. Or maybe it's because in every job I held, I naturally just gravitated towards leadership, working my way up the ladder wherever I went. The real turning point came in 2003. At the time, I was assistant manager at Bath and Body Works, fully immersed in the retail world. My supervisor and I shared a bond over our mutual admiration for Oprah. She was a huge fan, and so was I. And between stocking lotion bottles and organizing rows of shower gels, we'd discuss Oprah's episodes, dissecting every nugget of wisdom she shared. Those moments became more than just conversations. They were seeds of inspiration. The company thrived on setting and achieving daily, weekly, and monthly sales goals. And it was the perfect environment for someone like me, someone hungry to rise, driven to lead, and ready to make an impact. It didn't take long for my ambition to shine through, and it was clear to everyone around me that I was determined to climb the ranks. One day, Oprah had Cheryl Richardson on her show discussing her book, Life Makeovers. That episode marked a turning point for me. My manager, inspired by the conversation, bought the book and suggested we start a mini book club. I agreed, and that's how it all began. We dove into the book, discussing each chapter one by one. I still remember the excitement of exploring my first self-help book. What stood out to me was its structure. Engaging discussions, actionable how to steps, and plenty of resources to back up each chapter. Cheryl even included recommendations for books, websites, and mailing lists, making it a truly comprehensive guide. That experience opened the door to a new habit. I got a library card, and since then, my nightstand has never been without a stack of at least 5 books. Fast forward to today, I'm a huge fan of Blinkist. It's an app that was a real game changer for me. For an affordable annual fee, it provides bite sized summaries of books like modern day Cliff Notes. It's perfect for previewing books before deciding to dive into the full version. Not only has it helped me save a lot of money because I used to just buy every single book, but it's also kept my reading habit alive and thriving. Now, that being said, I don't necessarily always enjoy reading, and I think that's because of my ADHD. So, one of the rules that I've created is just a page, one page, just read one page and then go about your day. And if there's something that you read on that page that you can think about or meditate on or go and apply, then you've won. So this whole thing of like reading a book from cover to cover or having to like start and finish a whole chapter, like that overwhelms me. So I'm just giving you the freedom and the permission to just read one page. Okay. The book posed questions that sparked a journey of self discovery, ultimately leading me to realize that I wanted a career truly worth having, not just a job. Growing up in a family of small business owners, I'd longed for the freedom they enjoyed and the ability to break free from the cycle of living paycheck to paycheck. I've always loved quizzes, especially the ones that ask, what should I do when I grow up? Naturally, I indulged in a few career questionnaires, and one of the consistent answers that always stood out was real estate agent. Intrigued, I began diving into research, eager to learn more about this potential path. While we were in the process of buying our first home, I knew $130,000 wouldn't get us anything extravagant. Still, I was clear about one thing. I had no interest in a particular style of home, the split level. As someone who loves hugging people, I couldn't stand the awkwardness of the single door entrance typical of a split level design. It just didn't feel welcoming. Okay, side note, if it's a double door split level entry, then most of the time you actually have a decent landing, and that's a really good spot to hug and greet your people that are coming over. But I digress. I'll never forget one Saturday when our agent took us out to tour homes. Out of the 6 we visited, 5 were split level homes. It felt like everything I'd said about what we wanted in a home had gone unheard, and that experience was a turning point for me. It made me realize the importance of truly listening to clients, and it inspired me to take my background in customer service and apply it in a way that genuinely cares for people navigating this significant life decision. Picture a massive billboard with an ad that catches your eye. A photo of a joyful family in front of their new home, accompanied by the caption, "Live with me until I find the house of your dreams." Quote, end quote. That's essentially how it all began for me, funny enough. Some good friends of ours were living in a tiny studio apartment that was slated for remodeling. Faced with the choice of paying higher rent or moving out, they decided to move in with us temporarily. Little did I know they would become my very first clients, and I'd help them close on their first home. Oh my goodness, that was a HUD property. What a fiasco just to get the water turned on so we could do the home inspection. I just had a flashback of that crazy house on Orchard. All right. Drawing on my connections from my airline days, I came up with a unique idea to bring people together and share my real estate expertise. It wasn't expertise. I was brand new and I knew nothing. But what I did was I hosted a home buyers barbecue in our backyard. We fired up the grill, cooked up some burgers and hot dogs, invited a loan officer over, and the atmosphere was super casual and welcoming, making it the perfect setting to answer all their questions about buying and or selling a home. And from that very first gathering, my first few closings came, and the rest is history. I'm reading this to you today. It's 2025. And so I just celebrated 22 years in real estate. Over the years, real estate has granted me the freedom to break free from the traditional 9 to 5 grind. However, this freedom also comes with its own set of challenges and stresses if not managed carefully. Through the ups and downs of life, real estate has provided me with something invaluable: time. Time to escape the rigid structure of clocking in and clocking out, while also allowing me to connect with amazing people, invest in real estate, and create a life on my terms. I hope this message inspires you. If you've ever considered obtaining your real estate license anywhere in the world, I'd be honored if you'd think of me first and give me a call. As a part of my global network, I'd love the opportunity to be your sponsor and support you in pursuing your dreams through real estate. I'd also love to invite you to join our Millionaire Real Estate Moms community on Facebook. It's a free group, and it's a space where like minded moms come together, share insights, and grow their real estate journeys. Looking forward to connecting with you. Chapter 2: Stop winging it. Design your life with intention. The first step to truly leading your life is making the intentional choice to stop letting life happen to you. It's time to take control by embracing intentionality, setting a clear vision, and creating a plan that aligns with your goals. Living on purpose rather than by accident allows you to make conscious decisions that reflect your values and aspirations. Taking control means recognizing that you are the architect of your future, not a bystander to circumstance. With clear vision and deliberate action, you can align your efforts with the life you truly desire. So, the key takeaway: live with purpose, not by chance. The perils of winging it. Improvisation has become the reality in which most of us now operate amidst relentless demands and change at lightning speed. I don't know about you, but literally every single time that I feel like I have got confidence about technology, there's an update or there's a new download or it's time to reset my password. It's totally understandable why this approach beckons seductively. In moments of pressure, relying on your gut instinct and experience can seem emancipation from the rigid plans. Of course, this often boils down to chaos, lost opportunities, and unfulfillment. We need to get beyond the habit of winging it and cultivate a more intentional, organized way of living and working if we are truly going to thrive. At first glance, the idea of winging it may seem appealing. It embodies a sense of spontaneity that feels free in a world dominated by structured plans and strict schedules. We've all come across stories of people who managed to achieve success through pure luck or sudden bursts of inspiration. However, these instances are rare and tend to be the exception rather than the norm. For every success story that stems from last minute effort, there are countless others where a lack of preparation resulted in failure, frustration, and missed opportunities. Winging it often gives off the illusion that creativity and brilliance can flourish without effort or planning. And in truth, some of the most innovative ideas emerge from a thorough research, careful consideration, and meticulous execution. True spontaneity isn't about abandoning preparation. Rather, it's about the ability to respond creatively and effectively within a structured framework of understanding. Whether we rely on improvisation, we expose our whenever we rely on improvisation, we expose ourselves to inconsistency. Okay, that's good. I have to say that again. Whenever we rely on improvisation, we expose ourselves to inconsistency. This can come into our work, relationships, and personal goals in so many ways. In the workplace, winging it translates into missed deadlines, mediocre results, and a lack of trust among colleagues, friends, and family. The leader who does not direct with a plan is drifted around, unable to meet their objectives effectively. Besides inconsistency feeds stress. Constantly navigating the pressure of just getting by depletes our mental and emotional energy. And this anxiety not only hinders our performance, but can also affect our health and overall well being. By shifting our focus from improvisation to intentional, goal oriented actions, we can foster a more stable and less stressful environment. Winging it can often lead to missed opportunities for growth. When we avoid planning or reflecting on our experiences, we overlook the chance to learn from both our successes and failures. Embracing structured methods like setting goals, journaling, and seeking feedback helps us gain valuable insights into our progress. And these practices cultivate resilience and adaptability, which are essential for long term success. Spending time trying to catch up can often prevent us from focusing on activities that truly drive growth, such as exploring new ideas, honing our skills, or building meaningful relationships. Adopting a proactive mindset opens doors that a reactive, winging it approach often closes. By committing to deliberate practice, we create a space for continuous learning and development. Intentionality serves as a powerful counter to the chaos of going through life without a plan. Setting clear goals, prioritizing tasks, and developing actionable plans provides a sense of direction and purpose. This approach empowers us to make thoughtful decisions rather than reacting impulsively. When we lead with intention, our actions align with our values, creating a life that feels purposeful, cohesive, and fulfilling. Intentionality is of paramount importance in improving any form of communication and coordination with other people. When a group is working on a common idea with a clearly defined strategy and direction, synergy can really begin to produce amazing results. A culture of intentionality breeds accountability, trust, and respect, all the major ingredients of success. But how do we move from such a haphazard winging it approach to one that's more deliberate and structured? Below are some strategies that can help guide this transition. Number one, set clear goals. First, define both short term and long term goals. Write them down and go over them often to stay on track with where you are in achieving them. Having clear goals gives direction, enabling one to stay focused and motivated. Number two, establish routines. Establish daily or weekly routines that further help you work towards your goals. Consistency in your habits minimizes decision fatigue and reinforces positive actions, making it easier to stay on track. Number three, reflect. Allow yourself to look back and consider how you're doing, what's working, what's not. Reflection will Reflection helps you make informed adjustments, keeping you flexible and adaptable on your journey. Number four, seek accountability. Share your goals with others who can hold you accountable. Having a support system provides motivation and encouragement, especially when obstacles arise. And finally, number five, growth mindset. Look at challenges as opportunities to learn and to grow. View setbacks as lessons to learn from, not to be afraid of, and commit to constant improvement. I often reflect on the year 2003 when I first stepped into the real estate world. Back then, it was a red hot seller's market, and properties didn't linger on the market for more than a day. There were times when I listed a home, and before I could even get the for sale sign in the dirt in front of it, it was multiple offers and already pending. Everything was moving so fast. Demand was sky high. Then, by 2007 and 8, everything shifted fast and abruptly. It was literally like womp, womp, womp. Bam. The housing market plunged, values dropped like rocks, and that's when the amazing deals started to emerge. For those with cash, you could scoop up condos for as little as $32,000. I still remember feeling frustrated, wishing we could take advantage of those once in a lifetime opportunities. We'd managed our finances poorly, finding ourselves on the brink of bankruptcy. Despite this, I couldn't help but keep hearing about these, quote, amazing deals that others seem to be seizing effortlessly. And I vowed to myself that I would never again find myself in such a precarious financial position. The next time an opportunity like that came my way, I would be financially fit and ready to take advantage of it. Life has thrown numerous curveballs, launching a new career, welcoming a baby, moving to a new place, and on top of it all, I was battling relentless back pain that limited me in many aspects. In the real estate world, market conditions are anything but predictable. While achieving success as a real estate investor can bring substantial financial rewards, it's essential to remember that property values can decline, rental markets can fluctuate, and unforeseen challenges are inevitable. Diversification and thoughtful risk management are key to safeguarding against potential losses and ensuring long-term success. I felt the weight of everything pressing down on me, and I made a promise to myself. I would learn how to manage it all so that when opportunities knocked again, I'd be fully prepared. Determined to grow, I turned to books from the library, enrolled in classes, and committed to mastering my professional expertise and learning curve. I understood that building a successful real estate business would demand a level of knowledge and skill I didn't yet possess. As a future real estate millionaire mom, I recognized the importance of staying ahead of the game. That meant diving deep into market trends, best practices, legal regulations, and financial strategies. I knew that expertise in the field wasn't a one-time achievement, but an ongoing journey of learning and networking. After all, the more you know, the more value you can offer, and the more people you can serve. Dyslexia. It was during this chapter in my life that I discovered I was dyslexic and I had ADHD. The revelation came unexpectedly from one of my real estate trainers. As he described his own experiences, I sat there, stunned, thinking to myself, oh my gosh, I am not dumb. I just think differently. For as long as I could remember, I'd carried the weight of feeling inadequate. Back in elementary school, I always felt like I was falling behind. Reading was a struggle. I couldn't keep up with my classmates. Math, a total nightmare. Focusing, practically impossible. Those constant challenges left me feeling deep down like I just wasn't smart enough. But then came the breakthrough. Over the years, I discovered some incredible strategies and tools that helped me navigate my unique way of thinking. Hacks I can't wait to share with you. In that transformative season, something changed. I finally began to understand how my dyslexic brain worked. And for the first time, I felt like anything and everything was possible. Later, we'll dive deeper into the details. But for now, here's a dyslexic hack. Take the time to imagine all the possibilities. Dyslexic brains have a unique gift for daydreaming, with an incredible ability to visualize and let the imagination soar. I tapped into this strength by creating a prayer board filled with images that represented everything I desired. After my divorce, I embraced this practice even more. I added pictures of my future self and a vision of my new husband, traveling together, enjoying serene water views, and sitting by a fire pit. To my amazement, those visions became my reality. I shared my dreams and goals with everyone who would listen. I caught a glimpse of what my real estate business could grow into, and I spoke about it with unwavering enthusiasm. For years, I've hosted vision board workshops, helping others turn their dreams into plans. And if this sparks your interest, I'd love for you to join us. We do them in person and on Zoom. We offer, opportunities for anyone to participate. ADHD hack, reduce caffeine. Okay, so here's something I discovered about ADHD and caffeine, and it might surprise you. For the longest time, I didn't realize I was overdoing it with coffee. I'd start my day with multiple cups of strong, and I mean strong cups of coffee, and then keep refilling until mid-morning. By 11 a.m. or noon, I was so buzzed and jittery that focusing became nearly impossible. Worse, I started acting like someone I didn't even recognize, a far cry from how I wanted to present myself. So that's when I came up with what I call the Rebecca rule. I have many of them, so stay tuned. Now, I stick to just 1 cup of coffee in the morning. And let me tell you, the simple shift has been a game changer for me. My focus is sharper, my mood is more stable, and I feel more in control throughout the day. So, if you're struggling to focus or feeling overly wired, take a moment to think about your caffeine habits. You might find that scaling back just a little makes a world of difference. Set clear goals. It's not enough just to think about your goals or to even talk about them. You have to write them down. You got to find images and pictures that will help you daydream your way into that reality and then tap into the feeling you will feel when it's true. There are many ways that people set goals, and I love what they call smarter goals and how Diana Kokoska, my mentor, explained it in her book, Becoming More. A great read if you haven't read it. The stands for emotions and R stands for rewards. So specific, measurable, action oriented, realistic, time bound. Those are SMART goals. The is how will you feel when you do it? And the reward is what will you get by taking action? When Mike and I got married, it was second marriage for us both. We sat down to discuss our financial goals. It started with some simple math. We calculated the amount of monthly passive income we wanted and set an ambitious, and I mean ambitious goal, owning 20 cash flowing rental properties within 10 years or less. Why 20? Honestly, we weren't entirely sure, but it felt like a big enough goal to challenge us and to push us to think bigger, and it certainly did. We began dreaming about the places we'd travel to and the adventures we'd share. To make it feel real, we did an exercise where we imagined our lives as if our goal had already come true. How would we live? What would we spend our money on? Would we manage the properties ourselves, or would we hire a property management company? Who's going to handle our taxes? And by visualizing all these possibilities, we not only made the dream feel achievable, but also decided to act as if it was already our reality. From day one, we started setting up our lives with that vision in mind. Before purchasing our first investment property, we took a proactive step. We interviewed property managers. Before our income even justified it, we sought advice from CPAs. This approach was inspired by Gary Keller's concept of a quantum leap, envisioning your future self and planning with that vision in mind. Through this mindset, we embrace the power of forward thinking. I've discovered several impactful exercises that help people dream boldly and gain clarity about their goals, which I incorporate into the workshops that I teach. It's incredibly rewarding to hear participants share how these practices have transformed their perspective and sharpened their focus. One of my favorite workshops to teach as a Keller Williams University master faculty trainer is Quantum Leap. It's designed to guide you through this transformative process. If this resonates with you, let's bring it to life together. Simply reach out and we'll make it happen. After teaching this very class in South Dakota once, I posed the question to the group. Okay, everyone, how would you title this class? And one woman quickly chimed in, Life, you're doing it all wrong. And her response made me laugh, but as I reflected on it, I realized she was absolutely right. This class is packed with the tips, the tools, the tricks, the lessons we all wish we'd been taught back in school that we didn't. Why choose real estate investing? Well, simply put, it was what I knew best. Having helped countless of other people buy, sell, and invest in real estate, I'd witnessed firsthand the impressive returns it could deliver. And so naturally, I wanted to be a part of that success story. While achieving millionaire status in real estate speaks to substantial wealth, it's crucial to remember that much of this wealth is tied up in properties. Real estate investments aren't as liquid as other asset classes, and meaning turning property into cash quickly can be challenging. That's why a solid financial strategy is essential. Make sure you talk to a financial planner. You need to ensure steady cash flow for both personal and business needs, along with a reliable contingency plan for those unexpected expenses that inevitably arise. The real estate industry is always on the move, driven by rapid technology, advances, shifting market trends, and evolving regulations. To thrive in this dynamic landscape, staying informed and flexible is not just helpful, it's essential. As a real estate millionaire mom, embracing innovation and being prepared to refine your strategies will position you to navigate these changes effectively and maintain your success. Balancing relationships. Building and managing a significant real estate portfolio while pursuing entrepreneurial ventures can influence your relationships with friends and family. Juggling time commitments and handling potential conflicts of interest may become a part of your journey. To maintain harmony, prioritize open communication, establish clear boundaries, and nurture those connections despite the challenges of your demanding role. Balancing success and relationships aren't always easy, but it's a vital piece of your personal and professional fulfillment. Let me point out that these points are a balance of potential realities and considerations. Any financial undertaking should be considered with due care and attention, professional advice, and a clear understanding of the opportunities and challenges alike that it may present or even bring. Whenever I reflect on the idea of wealth, I can't help but recall a great role model in my life, Linda McKissick, who puts it perfectly. You want to know why you're not wealthy? You're living in it, you're driving it, you're eating it, or you're wearing it. Delivered with her distinct Southern accent, it's that empathetic why that makes this message stick. That's why you're not wealthy. It really struck a chord in me, and I knew I had to make some changes. You see, at one point, I had a beautiful VW Jetta, silver, sleek, and still carrying that new car smell. I dealt with old, unreliable cars in the past, and so having something dependable felt like a breath of fresh air. But the lease was up, and I'd gone over on the mileage limit, and I was faced with a tough decision. I had to pay them to take it off my hands. Ouch. Next came what I like to call the quote, humble mobile. Honestly, I was embarrassed by it. I thought to myself, no one's going to want to take me seriously driving this rusted out purple rodeo. But guess what? I couldn't have been more wrong. You see, when you show up with confidence and competence, people tend to overlook the things you worry about. They don't get caught up in the details that you assume are going to matter. A common mistake I often observe is that as people as people's income grows, so do their lifestyle choices. They invest in larger homes. They buy luxury cars. They buy luxury toys. However, in the early stages, the focus should be on paying off debt, building an emergency savings fund, and reinvesting in their businesses. When we set out on the journey of investing, it was essential to break down our larger goal into smaller, actionable steps. We also made sure our growth plan aligned with our objective. By growth plan, I mean ensuring that the goals we set for personal development and learning were in harmony with our main investment goal. This included the Bible studies that we engaged in, the books that we would read, the podcasts we would listen to, and the workshops or classes that we would attend. Staying focused during the season was crucial, and we wanted to avoid distractions that could potentially derail our progress. During this period, we dedicated ourselves to reading books on investing. Some of my favorites were Hold and Millionaire Real Estate Investor. We also spent time listening to Bigger Pockets podcast and participating in breakout sessions focused on real estate investing. These resources played a significant role in shaping our knowledge and ensuring we stayed committed to our goals. Okay, I have to add, I was at one of our conventions and I was on an escalator, and it was like this quick moving escalator full of people because it was like thousands of people. at this conference. And I overheard someone and they said, "Hey, where are you investing now?" And they said, "Fort Wayne." And I was like, "Whoa, I've never heard of that. Wonder why." And so I waited until I got off the escalator at the top, waited for the person to get off, and then I introduced myself. I just said, "Hi, my name's Rebecca Del Pozo. I overheard you mention investing in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Can you tell me more about that?" And that was literally one of the ways that we were researching and then decided that one of our investment properties was going to be in Fort Wayne, Indiana. So, all that to say, when you set a goal and you get intentional, it's literally as though you become a magnet for those other possibilities and conversations around you. So, be encouraged. Chapter 3: Establish routines. Once we clarified goals, it became clear to our calendar that it had to reflect those priorities. I decided to time block my schedule to host investor workshops, which I named Baby Steps to Investing in Real Estate. I've always appreciated my Google Calendar for its simplicity and convenience, especially when setting up placeholders. It makes organizing and managing events a seamless process. So I absolutely love my calendar. It all starts with mindset, 95% mindset, 5% skill. When it comes to mastering your calendar, we focus on the mindset first. For years, and I mean years, I'd roll my eyes and feel a sense of dread whenever I thought about my calendar. I used to stick with a paper calendar, which we called Daytimer back in the day. And I was trained on the Franklin Covey system for many, many years. Long before my real estate career, I worked as a supervisor at Horizon Alaska Airlines, where the system was deeply ingrained. Back then, it was all about paper, pencil, color coding, and tabs. And if you're unfamiliar with the Franklin Covey method, just Google it. Because I relied on that system for so long, I was hesitant to switch to a digital calendar for various reasons. However, once I began shifting my mindset, things became much smoother. I started thinking about the type of business I truly wanted to build: a team, an assistant, and numerous people surrounding me required me to become more adaptable. So, gulp, I decided to take the leap and fully commit to the digital Google Calendar. And this tool has helped me carve out time for my loved ones and the things that I'm most passionate about. I began integrating my thoughts, my affirmations, and intentions into my calendar, and that's when truly positive changes started unfolding. As my leadership responsibilities grew, I found myself balancing a variety of roles. I'm a mom, I'm a business owner, I'm an office leader, I'm a trainer, I'm a coach, and more. And each role brought with it its own unique set of demands, leaving me navigating a sea of shifting expectations from different people. Over time, I'd gathered a collection of strategies and tips and tools that have helped keep me afloat amidst the chaos. Do you often feel like you're constantly playing catch up, apologizing for being late, or overwhelmed by the never ending to do list? Are you feeling unorganized or out of control? Do you feel like you're never getting enough things checked off your to do list? Well, that used to be me. Always, always feeling scattered, constantly apologizing, and often talking to myself in a way that sounded like, why can't you just get your stuff together? You'd catch me muttering things like, "Why are you always digging through your purse for your keys like that?" Or, "Why do you have to make things so complicated?" It was exhausting. I knew something had to change, so I started asking myself, could there be a better system for this? Could there be a better way? For example, instead of endlessly searching for my keys, I decided to attach them to a lanyard that hung outside my purse. This way, they were always within reach, eliminating that frustration and wasting less time. That was one simple fix, but I began applying this approach to other areas of my life. I started filtering everything that seemed to cause frustration or stress through the same filter. What system or tool can I use to create more ease and calm in this situation? And it became a habit, turning everyday annoyances into manageable solutions. The other thing was about my phone. I relied heavily on reminders on my iPhone. They're so incredibly useful, and I still do this to this day, especially when I'm driving, because I can use voice commands to add reminders when things pop into my mind. If you look at my reminders list, it's usually a long, scattered collection of notes, some cryptic, some more straightforward, filled with things that only make sense to me. I found that when I read through them, they serve as triggers, helping me take action on tasks I might have otherwise forgotten. Do you ever experience that feeling of anxiety or fear that something important might slip through the cracks? That fear of forgetting something crucial? I often remind myself that it's truly important. If it's truly important, I won't forget it. But sometimes life is so busy, and those small, seemingly insignificant reminders turn out to be more vital than we realize. The reality is that the way my dyslexic brain processes things sometimes impacts my role as a mom, a wife, a friend, a daughter. And I want to share some of the strategies that have helped me. And then we'll collaborate to uncover what's worked for you, aiming to grow together along on this journey. So the first step is laying a strong foundation. Why is this important? Why does your calendar even matter? Stress often creeps into our lives when our words do not align with what's reflected on our calendar. For example, I might say, I love my family, but when you look at my calendar, you won't find their birthdays, anniversaries, or special dates marked at all. Or perhaps there's no dedicated time block for your loved ones, yet the calendar is filled, and I mean filled, with appointments, commitments, activities that don't truly bring you joy. The first step is recognizing that not everything holds equal importance. Right now, I have my phone silenced and I've got it set to do not disturb. In about 60 minutes, when I check my phone, I'm likely to see a few missed texts, emails, and voicemails. But does every single one of those hold the same equal level of importance? Absolutely not. I know, for instance, that one of those missed texts will most likely be from Cost Plus World Market alerting me about the 20% discount on something. That's a super common one for me. Or that Cutco's running a sale on their knives. However, when the little red notification dot appears, signaling something was missed, a missed text, a missed call, a message, it triggers anxiety. The key here is identifying what truly matters. Not everything requires immediate attention, and recognizing this is the first crucial step. We call this the 80-20 principle. So, number two, there's a powerful tool, and successful people in our organization use it, and it's totally free. So, it's a time block calendar, and that's how you turn your dreams into a reality. It's not enough to simply think about your goals. It is not enough to just talk about your goals. I've encountered many people that are great at expressing their desires, but struggle to take meaningful action. As Gary Keller and Jay Papasan highlight in The One Thing, a fantastic book if you haven't read it, or the podcast, be sure to check it out. True progress comes from focusing on what truly matters and taking intentional steps toward those goals. You need to go beyond just thinking and talking. You have to put your goals down on paper and you have to share them with someone. For me, creating a prayer board or vision board works wonders. I look at it daily, visualize how it feels to have those things already achieved, and I even write letters as though they've already come true. Putting your goals on your calendar helps solidify your commitment and keeps you accountable. One of my daily affirmations, and I've got it scheduled, is perfection is the enemy of progress. This simple reminder, when it pops up, I pause, I say it out loud with a smile on my face, and it keeps me focused on making progress, not perfection, ensuring that I'm always moving forward. Perfection is the enemy of progress. I get genuinely excited. One of my love languages is growth. I thrive on personal development and I love growing alongside others. When something contributes to my growth, I can't help but want to share it with everyone. The moments when you put things on your calendar and they deeply resonate, They remind you that they aren't just ideas or dreams, but they're becoming tangible realities. And that's truly fulfilling. You start to feel that traction, like you're making real progress, and you'll sense that you're making a difference. And it's in those moments that you'll be proud of yourself. You'll look yourself in the mirror and say, I didn't just talk about it, I made it happen. So let's focus on the 20%, the key areas where your efforts yield the most impact. Operating within this 20% of purpose ensures clarity and intentionality in your journey. Let's set clear goals and establish accountability. And we're going to do that by one of the tools that we use at Keller Williams called the 411. I'll explain it later, but ultimately, using a time block calendar and what I refer to as placeholders is a game changer. When we use any goal setting tool, it's important to recognize that we apply filters to evaluate our goals. To ensure that they're effective as possible, we apply the SMART goals framework that we covered previously. So here's my question for you. Are your goals specific? Are they measurable? Are they actionable? Are they realistic? Are they time bound? These are the critical criteria of SMART goals. If you're in any leadership position, whether you're leading your household, managing a team, running a business, or collaborating with others, ask these questions to ensure clarity and direction when setting goals. Is it specific? You can't simply say, I want to lose weight. Instead, get clear on what you want to achieve, how much, by when, and ensure your goals are well defined. Like I said, one of my mentors, Diana Kokoska, emphasizes in her fantastic book, Becoming More, introducing that ER, that it's in the emotions that you'll feel, and the R stands for the rewards that you'll get by achieving the goal. So how do you make your goals smarter? The key is to visualize achieving your goal. You tap into the emotions you'll experience once it's completed, and then reward yourself for that success. So I want you to picture having already accomplished your goal. What emotions will you feel? How will your surroundings reflect your achievement? By vividly imagining this future scenario, you create a connection between your desired outcome and the positive emotions that come with it. This helps solidify your commitment and makes the goal feel more achievable. Now, think about the reward you'll give yourself for achieving that goal, whether it's a sense of accomplishment, personal growth, or something tangible. The rewards reinforce the importance of your goal. So, with this foundation, we'll explore how to set effective goals and turn them into smarter goals. And in life, you need to imagine that you have a bunch of different rubber balls and that you're constantly juggling. However, there are a few balls that are glass balls. Rubber balls can bounce back when they're dropped, but your job, your business will always bounce back. It's like a faucet. You can turn it on, you can turn it off when you decide. But there are a few balls that you're juggling that are not rubber balls, they're glass. And if you drop them, they can shatter and break. Sometimes they can be put back together, and other times they can't. And that's your health. That's your spiritual health. It's your family and your key relationships. So imagine for a moment that you're juggling. Now think about this. Are you juggling all the right balls? Dedicating the necessary time and attention to the glass balls in your life, those areas that truly matter. Let's dive into this a bit deeper. The concept comes from The One Thing by Gary Keller and Jay Papasan, and it's the idea that the circles of life, or the circles in your life, rather. I'd like you to take a moment and reflect on these circles: spiritual life, physical health, personal life, key relationships, job, business, and finances. Take a quick inventory of each. If you had to rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10, where 10 means you're excelling, thriving, and you could teach others, and 1 means that it's an area that desperately needs attention, jot down a number for each of those circles. Now go through each circle and assign a number between the 1 and 10, how you feel about your progress or involvement in that area. Let's start with your spiritual life. How would you rate it on a scale of 1 to 10? Now, for your physical health, where do you feel you stand on the same scale? Moving on, consider your personal life. This includes hobbies, friendships, and passions. How would you score yourself here? Let's reflect next on key relationships. This includes immediate family, extended family, and any significant relationships in your life. If you lead a team or run a business, think about the leaders and the people that you're surrounded by. How would you evaluate these connections on a scale from 1 to 10? Now focus on your job and the specific tasks and responsibilities you hold in your current role. How would you rate yourself in this area? Lastly, if you manage multiple businesses, side projects, and other ventures, set aside business itself and reflect on how you're operating within it. What rating would you give yourself here? Now take a moment to view your business as a whole and assign yourself a score, and then evaluate your finances on that same scale of 1 to 10. 10 means everything is flowing smoothly with no shortages or gaps, while 1 indicates an area that you've been neglecting and urgently need to address and bring clarity to. So let's pause for a moment to reflect and take inventory of where you currently stand. Which area did you score the lowest? And let's talk about that and think about which particular circle ended up being the lowest, because those are the ones that if you were to focus on would have the biggest impact. A few years ago, I faced one of my biggest challenges. I had terrible back pain, and it was affecting every aspect of my life. I remember thinking, if I could just figure out how to make progress in this one area, everything else will fall into place. It felt like my entire world revolved around finding that solution. And here's the thing. When we study the most successful people, we notice something critical. They consistently take time to check in with themselves. They regularly pause for a quick reality check and ask a deeper, transformative question, which is what's the one thing I can do right now that will make everything else easier or even unnecessary? If you focused on finances, you could decide to hire a bookkeeper to bring order to your financial records. If you priority is personal growth, you might intentionally reach out to build new friendships and strengthen connections. For health, you could commit to hiring a health coach or setting up a strong accountability system to keep you on track. What I've learned is that when you truly want to make progress in any area, you will need to take deliberate steps and bring in the right support to drive real change. What I've come to realize is that most of the time, you can't do it all on your own. You need a team of supporters cheering you on. Sometimes you even have to create these wild accountability systems to keep yourself on track. It's almost like you have to outsmart yourself, stepping into the role of this driven, obsessive, and ridiculously accountable version of you because you're ready for growth. You're done settling for mediocrity, right? You're here because you're ready to push past your limits and step into something bigger and better. So let's dive in. Grab your pen or pencil, find a quiet spot, and take a moment to describe your perfect day. Write it out in vivid detail. Make it real. This is your first step towards designing the life you truly want. Let's talk about your ideal day, whether it's during the work week or the weekend. You can take some time later to reflect on your perfect weekend, maybe even turn it into a fun homework activity. For now, though, let's focus on your work day. So picture yourself waking up on a work day. What time are you getting out of bed? Take a moment to jot that down. Now, think about your morning routine. What specific activities are you doing to start your day? Are you exercising, meditating, praying, enjoying a cup of coffee? Write those things down too. Next, consider how much time each activity might take. If you were to organize your morning with time blocks, what would it look like? Map it out step by step, and this simple exercise can help you create a morning routine that sets the tone for a productive and fulfilling day. Years ago, I started practicing this exercise, and one of the things that I came up with, which I call one of my Rebecca rules, and one of my core rules is simple. When I get ready for the day, I really get ready. So here's how it works. I don't leave the bathroom until I'm fully prepared to step out the front door, dressed and ready to take on the day. No half measures, no distractions. Multitasking is off the table during this time. For me, that means no phone in the bathroom, no exceptions. I've learned that even the smallest notification can pull my focus. And then before I know it, I've wasted precious time scrolling, responding to something that absolutely could have waited. By sticking to this rule, I ensure that my morning routine is efficient, focused, and free of distractions. It's a simple habit, but it sets the tone for the entire day. One of my personal Rebecca rules is to define my perfect day. And for me, it starts with setting a clear morning routine. I wake up at a specific time. I get ready, and I make sure I'm prepared to head out the door for an appointment if needed by a set time. Next, I encourage you to think about the people you spend your time with and identify the most productive activities that should be on your calendar. This way, you can focus your energy on the top 20% of tasks that drive the most important results in your business. The 80% items on your list are undoubtedly important, but let's focus on the crucial 20%. What are the tasks or activities that absolutely need to make it on your calendar? Take a moment to envision your perfect day. Are you making time for lunch? Are you taking proper breaks? Maybe you even plan to enjoy lunch with someone. Think about how your day wraps up. What time are you finishing work? And what does your ideal evening routine look like? Of course, you won't wake up tomorrow and magically transform your day into this ideal version. You already have commitments, you've got things you've agreed to, but identifying these priorities can help you start shaping your days with intention. As you step into this new habit, I encourage you to think about how you can integrate this approach into your life. Maybe it's the day the kids head back to school or a specific day that feels manageable to give it a try. Just pick a day and commit to trying it on for size. Literally, put it into action. Choose one day to intentionally structure your time in a blocked format. Go about your day with this plan in mind. Life's unpredictable and things won't always unfold as planned. That's perfectly okay. What's important is to track how you feel and note your energy levels when you dedicate time to your most productive, high impact tasks, the 20% that drive 80% of your results. Of course, unexpected events will arise. People might try to squeeze themselves into your calendar or disrupt your carefully planned day. Setting boundaries and saying no kindly is a skill we can tackle in a separate section. This exercise is about embodying the person you know you are at your core, someone intentional and focused. So start small. Pick just one day and live it with purpose. Try this on your regular work day or even during your time off and see how purposeful planning transforms how you invest your time. Take a moment to reflect on this. When was the last time you paused to reassess your ideal client? Who your ideal client truly is? So let's break it down. In my case, as someone in real estate, my focus is on two primary client types, sellers and buyers. But beyond that, I also need to consider my territory, the specific areas or neighborhoods I serve. This concept applies across the board, no matter what type of business you're in. Every business operates within a defined territory or service area. So here's a challenge for you. If it's been a while since you've thought about it, take the time to create your perfect client avatar, a detailed profile of your ideal client. This simple exercise could bring valuable clarity and direction into your business. Who are they? What do they do for fun? How do they spend their time? Where do they work? Do they own homes? Or where would they ideally want to own homes? These are the essential questions to ask when building a detailed client profile. As a real estate professional, it's equally important to create a clear client map outlining how far you're willing to go for a seller or a buyer client. For instance, considering defining boundaries like I'd cross the bridge for a buyer client or I wouldn't go beyond this particular area. Once you've established your limits, strategically connect with referral partners in advance. This way, when potential clients fall outside of your quote designated territory, you'll already have a trusted network to pass them on to. This proactive approach not only ensures seamless service, but also strengthens your professional relationships and reputation. One year, I decided that no one really knew about it, but I did this personal exercise and I simply said to myself, I'm not going to work with clients whose properties are located further than a certain distance from my kids' schools. As a single mom of three, I wanted to ensure that in case of emergency, I could quickly drop everything and be there for them. So for me, the distance was around 20 to 25 minutes. The point is here is to think about what's important to you and your lifestyle. If you're a business owner, consider your ideal client and create a detailed avatar of who they might be. What are their preferences? What are their needs? What are their pain points? This exercise helps you tailor your services and attract the right clients in a way that aligns with your personal and professional goals. Maybe they're looking to upsell, so they're selling their current home to upgrade to something bigger, or perhaps they're downsizing from a larger house to a smaller condo or planning for retirement. The key is to get clear and specific about who you want to work with. I recently coached someone who has young children, and I encouraged her that this was perfect. By volunteering at school, getting involved in their activities, and staying present for her kids, she could naturally connect with other parents and build a network of clients. This is one of the greatest benefits of real estate and business. It often evolves alongside us through the different seasons of life. If you haven't done this in a while, I highly recommend creating a clear map of who your ideal client is. Now, let's dive into the calendaring part. I like to call this front loading your calendar with the most important tasks. In any business or sales role, the key activities that drive results should always be prioritized early in your calendar. And what I mean by front loading is making sure that these critical actions show up in the first week or two of each month. By doing this, you set the stage for meeting your goals consistently and ensuring you stay on track to achieve them. When I was in a leadership role, I frequently hosted career nights to introduce people to the opportunity available in the business. I always scheduled these events on Mondays and Tuesdays, typically within the first 2 weeks of each month. This timing allowed me to track my progress and ensure I had enough time to reach my goals. By the 15th of the month, if I hadn't yet met my targets for conversations or connections, I still had enough time to catch up before the month ended. I encourage you to adopt a similar approach, focusing not only on weekly activities, but also setting goals for monthly and annual progress. What could you do to front load the activities that you know will exponentially grow you personally and professionally? What would happen if you didn't spread it out, but front loaded it into January and February of the year? You could literally create predictability in your business. You could literally have more information and stats to use because you've just taken the concept and asked the question, how could I front load this? So I start by front loading my day, then my week, and ultimately my month and my year. And over time, I've grown to rely heavily on the Google Calendar for managing my schedule. There are several reasons why I've become so fond of it, which I'll explore in more detail shortly. First, I love the color coding feature, which helps me visually organize tasks and events. Additionally, setting default time increments when booking events makes scheduling seamless. I can invite others to meetings effortlessly, set up notifications, although I tend to avoid those. My ADHD brain simply can't handle the constant pop ups in the corner of the screen, if you know what I mean. So instead, I rely on email reminders, ensuring that I stay on track without unnecessary distractions. If it's a task that has to be done, it sends me an email 30 minutes before so know I can have time to prepare and be ready for whatever the event or the task or the appointment is. So I love my Google Calendar for that reason. One of the best features is that it syncs seamlessly to your phone. This means any changes that I make on my computer screen instantly show up in my Google Calendar app. And so wherever I'm at, I can quickly check my schedule, see my color coded events, and know exactly what's happening. You can even customize the colors to suit your preferences using shades that make the most sense for you to stay organized. Another thing I absolutely love about my Google Calendar is how practical it can be for real life scenarios. So here's an example. So I live in Washington. We're in Tacoma, Washington area, and this is home of the Seahawks. Once I accidentally scheduled an open house during a Seahawks game. Now, some real estate agents do this intentionally as a part of their strategy, but in my case, I had no idea that the game was happening at that time. So, here's what Google can do. The calendar came to the rescue. Did you know that you can actually add sports schedules to your calendar? You simply click the add calendar and then search for your favorite sports teams based on your location, and it will automatically import all the game dates and times. And it's such a lifesaver for avoiding scheduling conflicts and staying on top of your game, literally. All the Seahawks games appear on the calendar automatically. And if you're a diehard fan, you're probably thinking, well, of course they do. But for someone like me who isn't always glued to football, I had to be mindful of those game times when scheduling appointments. And trust me, I learned the hard way. There was this one time I booked an appointment during a Seahawks game. Big, and I mean big mistake. I ended up sitting next to a TV trying to hold a conversation about selling a house while the game completely stole the spotlight. So let's just say that I lost the battle for attention and the Seahawks had the crowd fully captivated. It was a rookie move on my part, and I vowed to never let it happen again. Another trick is that I make use of notifications and email alerts to stay ahead of things. Even better, I use the Seahawks Sports Calendar, which you can import and then like overlay into your schedule. And it truly has been a game changer. It ensures that I'm never going to miss a beat, whether it's football or business. I've discovered a couple of other small but yet incredibly effective systems that make our daily lives so much smoother, color coding and saving addresses. For instance, when I book an appointment or I plan a dinner outing, I always save the location, the actual address in the event itself. So let's say we're going out for dinner tonight. I'll save the restaurant's address and the event details and share it with my husband. When we get in the car, he simply taps the link and it syncs directly to his GPS. It's little tweaks like this that have transformed our routines. They save time and they make everything feel more seamless. No fumbling around trying to find directions, just quick tap and we're on our way. Whether it's to a doctor's appointment, a client meeting, or a friend's house, the car ride becomes less stressful and more enjoyable because the logistics are already taken care of. It's amazing how these simple little habits can make such a big difference. You can effortlessly add an address into the event on your calendar, making it easy to access from your phone. So, with just a tap, it will literally sync to your maps, whether you're using Google Maps, Apple Maps, or Waze. And one of the standout features that I love about the Google Calendar is it's got a powerful search function. So once your appointments are categorized or labeled, you can find specific ones. It's super easy to find them. Simply tap the magnifying glass in the upper right-hand corner and search for any meeting, person, appointment type. For example, let's say I have a client named Smith and I need to recall their address. I can quickly open my Google Calendar, hit the search bar, type Smith, and voila. Even if the appointment was 3 or 4 months ago, it pops right up. From there, I can click on it and all the details, I'm ready to go. It's incredibly efficient and it's truly an easy way to stay organized and to definitely save time. So, this has been a game changer for managing appointments in my business and aligning with my future goals. One of the best features is the ability to share events with others. Sharing it with loved ones and team members ensures that everyone's on the same page and reinforces yep, this is happening. This is where we, this is what we agreed on. You can customize reminders to suit your needs, whether they're a month before, a week before, or even 10 minutes before. You can even set defaults and the default reminders for consistency, which is a feature I absolutely love. Another great aspect is the ability to enhance the event details. You can attach images, PDFs, even hyperlinks directly within the event itself. So, if we're prepping for a meeting on a specific topic, all the resources and materials are right there, making everything even more streamlined and efficient. And this tool not only keeps things organized, but also makes collaboration smoother and more engaging. I can then add details like the topics I want to discuss or the meeting agenda, any notes or reminders. This way, I feel prepared ahead of time for any meeting I'm attending. Simple, right? So, how do we handle those tricky situations when someone constantly pushes past our boundaries? I like to call them boundary busters. There's an excellent resource I highly recommend, and it's the book called Boundaries by Dr. Henry Cloud and John Townsend. This book offers invaluable insights into setting healthy boundaries in various areas of life, whether it's kids, marriage, or the workplace. It's truly a game changer. Speaking from personal experience, as someone who struggles with people pleasing, I often find myself wanting to serve and support others. When asked for my time and energy, it's my instinct to say yes on the spot. So, another Rebecca rule I developed is simple yet effective. Whenever someone makes a request or proposal, my go to response is let me check my calendar. If you don't mind, I'd also ask them to send a quick email. This way, when I'm reviewing my full schedule, I can see if there's something and I can then reasonably accommodate. I've learned to adopt specific language to avoid committing impulsively, especially if it's something I'm fully not ready to commit to right away. Unless it's an absolute yes, like all capital YES, something I genuinely want to do and can immediately add to my calendar, I've built a habit of creating thoughtful responses. Like, I might say, hey, I'd love to get together. Can you send me a quick email? That way I have all the details in front of me. I'll check my family calendar and get back to you. If you've been a part of my recent business planning clinics in the past, you'll remember that we worked through this exact exercise. It's a small but powerful shift in approach that helps maintaining balance while staying organized. So, when a client calls and wants to book time with you, it's essential to have at least 2 or 3 open slots already booked on your calendar. That way, you can respond promptly, and I mean immediately, with something like this: I'd love to meet. I have availability on Wednesday at 5 or Saturday at 10 or Thursday at 2. Which of these works better for you? This approach not only makes you appear organized and professional, but also simplifies the client's decision making progress. I like to call this the love and logic method. It reminds me of a seminar I attended years ago when my kids were younger, aptly named Love and Logic. The principles I learned there, balancing warmth and structure, apply perfectly to managing client interactions too. It's like when offering breakfast to your kids. Chaos often arises from giving them too many choices. So picture this. You ask Tina, what would you like for breakfast, Tina? We have pancakes, French toast, Fruit Loops, apple with peanut butter. What sounds good? Suddenly, the abundance of options creates confusion and frustration, making it harder for her to decide. What's the trick? Stick with 2 or 3 options max. So, for example, Would you like pancakes or apples with peanut butter? This approach keeps things simple and eliminates unnecessary overwhelm. The same principle applies when making plans with others. Instead of vaguely saying, oh, we should grab coffee sometime, take it a step further and say, great, let me know of a couple days that work for you. By narrowing choices, you make decision making smoother and more enjoyable for everyone involved. Instead of vaguely saying, oh my gosh, I'd love to grab coffee. When are you free? Try being a bit more direct and then say, what are the two best times that work for you? Be specific and clear about what works well for you as well. So, why is this important? Because the people pleaser in us often wants to accommodate everyone else. But here's the thing, when you do, you're setting yourself up for stress. You end up feeling like you're at the mercy of everyone else's schedules, everyone else's priorities, everyone else's calendars, and you're leaving yours as an afterthought. Taking control of the conversation allows you to protect your time and focus on what works for you. I spend my time intentionally focusing on the people I truly want to engage with. I prioritize the 20% of activities on my calendar to align with my goals. And this helps me create a clear and effective way to communicate with others. I'd love to meet with you and take a look at your home to see if we're a good fit to work together. I have an opening on Wednesday at 5 or Saturday at 10. Let me know which works best for you. When you set boundaries, it's helpful to provide a few options to make it easier for others to choose. In that example, if someone responds by saying, well, neither of those times work, instead of rushing to find a solution, try saying, that's okay. What are two options that work best for you? Then listening attentively as they provide their suggestions. Once they've shared their preferred times, pause and avoid committing right away. Instead, say, awesome, let me check my family's calendar and then ask and say, is it okay for me to call or text you back to confirm which option works best for us? Let's make it happen. So I truly believe that many professionals and business owners overlook the importance of treating their calendars like the professional tools that they are. By adopting this approach, you're ensuring your time is respected and optimized for maximum productivity. There's a time and a place for accommodating others, and I've found that having clear boundaries makes it much easier to communicate and schedule tasks that truly align with your goals. When your calendar reflects what you truly want to focus on and grow in, things tend to fall into place more naturally. Other people use different color to signify location and activities, for example. If they've got multiple businesses or they've in different states, they might designate yellow for California and like so on. So you've got the flexibility within your Google Calendar to do color coding, whether it's for personal appointments, family schedule, any other categories. So it definitely helps you filter and organize your calendar with ease. And additionally, if there are events that are optional or that can be rescheduled, you can assign colors to those as well. So the color coding strategy, it's awesome because you can do it to just best suit your needs. I once came across a lady who was passionate about colors, and she discovered a way to import the pastel palette that was more easy on the eyes, and that became her preferred choice. So it's just one method of color coding that could work well. Okay, so what about the boundary busters? It's common that you're going to feel like there are boundary busters that exist. And one approach that I've found effective is having open conversations and setting clear expectations in advance. Last night, we decided to sit down and watch some TV. But before we turned on the TV, we pulled out the calendar and we went over it together. I airplayed it to the calendar. I airplayed my calendar to the big screen TV so we could both see it. I explained, all right, so this is my schedule for tomorrow. I'll be working from this time to that time. I have a call at 8. I've got a Zoom at 10. And after that, I'll be handling these tasks and these projects. And then I asked, okay, what about you? What's your day looking like? We compared our schedules and made sure to set clear expectations. For instance, I made it clear that I needed uninterrupted quiet time during certain times because there were things that required my full focus. So I'll either put my noise canceling headphones in to tune everything out, or I will retreat to the back seat of my car for some peace, whatever it takes. I've done it before, especially during the chaos of those COVID times. That's where I found my quiet space, the back seat of my car. Another important aspect, especially when dealing with family and busy schedules, is setting clear expectations up front. This gives everyone time to reflect and plan accordingly. In my experience, whenever I felt frustrated with someone or a particular situation, I've come to realize that I can usually trace it back to a lack of communication or notice, and I take responsibility for that. I sincerely apologize for not addressing things sooner or giving enough notice for others to consider and prepare. So, would you be open to that? Is a powerful question to ask. It's about how we frame these conversations and the power of the words we use. Setting expectation up front is definitely a part of maintaining clarity and reducing any misunderstandings. The tool I use to create goals, my dream boards, vision boards, and prayer boards every year, comes right out of the book, The One Thing. It helps me set my goals into those four key areas: personal goals, the time I want to dedicate to loved ones, growth in health, spirituality, and finances. One example of how I apply this is by tracking my net worth and setting specific goals for things I want to grow in. My husband and I have what we call increase meetings once a month. We go through where we are and what has increased financially. Then we tithe on it, we put the money aside for taxes, and we make sure that we're tracking the things that we want to grow in our professional or personal goals. It's important to set giving goals too. I aspire, like, I want to be known as an extravagant giver. When I come across a need, I don't want to just hesitate and overthink. I want to be able to give freely without second guessing. And setting goals is essential and should be a part of your financial planning too. Whether your focus is on reducing debt, paying it off, these goals play a crucial role here. In addition to giving goals, consider other key financial objectives. Do you have a trust or a will in place? Have you accounted for long-term disability coverage? Do you have the right insurance, including umbrella policies? Building wealth is not just about accumulating assets, but it's also about ensuring that they're protected. These are areas of financial these areas of financial planning help secure your future and the wealth you've built. After addressing your personal financials, you'll move into setting business related objectives. This is what your business or team is expected to accomplish, followed by your annual goals. So once you have these, you break them down into manageable steps and you can divide them. I prefer to divide them by 10 months instead of 12. Like many of you, I travel, I teach, and I take on various responsibilities. And by focusing on a 10-month timeline, I ensure consistency and avoid burnout. Next, you narrow your focus to 1 week at a time. Identify the most crucial activities that will drive progress in your business, in your finances, and in your personal life. Research shows that simply writing down your goals isn't enough to achieve them. Without consistent action and clear priorities, your progress can stall. It's not enough to simply rely on your vision board or prayer board alone. Accountability is the glue. So, how do you bring in accountability into your life? Well, you start by building a draft of your goals and applying the SMART goal framework, right? That they're specific, that they're measurable, that they're achievable, that it's relevant and time bound. And I'll review your goals and then help ensure that they meet this criteria, keeping you on track and moving you forward. Another way to powerfully cultivate accountability is through multiple people, and I mean many. You connect with friends, family, business associates, you join Facebook groups and communities. If you reach out to like minded individuals and express your desire for growth in a particular area, you'll find others are eager to support you. You can arrange to meet once a month to check in, offer encouragement, and hold each other accountable for progress. This conversation will take about 15 to 20 minutes max, focusing on whether you followed through on what you said you'd do. Accountability is key here. And here's a quick tip: the best accountability partners often come from unexpected places, especially if you've got young children, enlist their help. Whether it's your grandkids or your little ones, they can be excellent motivators. Try setting up a reward system, like putting a goal on the fridge and say, if I do this, then you get that. Trust me. Their little reminders can keep you on track. We've already discussed adding your net worth to your goal setting tracker, and I encourage you to set up monthly reoccurring appointments to track your progress. Keeping it visible helps reinforce your commitment and ensures you stay accountable. So, why focus on tracking your net worth monthly? Because what you focus on grows and expands. For me, I found that if I don't track it regularly, I tend to forget. So I set up a reoccurring monthly reminder in my email inbox. Every month, I get a pop up that reminds me to check my net worth. I've set a personal rule: once the email pops up, I can't delete it, I can't label it, I can't move it to a folder until I've accomplished or completed the task. This keeps me accountable and ensures I follow through. Of course, everyone has their way of staying organized, but tracking your net worth consistently can be incredibly valuable. People often hesitate because they know things aren't where they want them to be. And the idea of addressing something negative or unideal can feel discouraging. So, why focus on something that feels far from positive, right? But the truth is, when you face it head on and begin breaking it down into manageable small steps, things start to shift. I've been there myself, buried under overwhelming debt. You'd think once you've overcome such challenges, the lessons would stick and you'd never fall back into similar situations, right? Unfortunately, that hasn't always been the case for me. I'm being real. When you want something to grow, focus and accountability is key. One approach I've found effective is how apps are arranged on my phone. Muscle memory plays a huge role, especially in your fingertips and thumbs. Have you ever noticed with the latest iOS update, um, that the calculator icon shifted and that now you're swiping into different places? And so let me just share a personal example. So I'm a Facebook user, and that's where I tend to spend most of my time. You can friend me on Facebook. However, my youngest is active on Instagram. So to stay connected with her, I knew that I had to be intentional and shift my focus to the Insta. So one of the strategies I implemented is literally swapping the Facebook icon app on my phone and then like moving the Instagram one. So I hold down until it does the little dance. And then now I moved it over so that every time my little muscle memory wants to go click on Facebook, it automatically opens Instagram instead. This little change has helped me become more familiar with Instagram. And even though I'm still not an expert by any means, it's helping. Our fingers have muscle memory. So placing icons in your little apps in easily reachable spots on your phone can also make a difference. For example, I've organized my most frequently used apps and icons within thumb reach in the center of my phone screen. This helps create new habits and makes accessing those key tools much smoother. Try doing this for apps on your Google Calendar and other essential tools. Focusing on quick, convenient access has been a game changer for me recently. Okay, special note: make sure that your calendar isn't just filled with tasks for others. Get a life, have some fun. One of the main reasons people struggle to love their calendar is because it's overloaded with things they're doing for others, leaving no room for activities that bring joy or fulfillment. So, this gentle reminder is important. Your calendar should reflect time spent nourishing relationships and spaces where others pour into you. If those relationships aren't thriving yet, it's time. It's time to invest some energy into building them. And I would love to interview for the job of being one of those cheerleaders and coaches in your world. When you look at your calendar, it should spark excitement, not dread. Many of the most disciplined, successful people often need this reminder. So consider having some fun, fulfilling activities to your calendar, because life isn't all about productivity. It's about creating balance and joy. Okay, so let's talk about finding a new hobby, scheduling fun, adding joy, and embracing life. It reveals something important. Many of us are doers. We're great at getting stuff done. We're great at crossing off the to-do list and ticking off those boxes. But here's the shift we often overlook. We need to learn to be, not just do. We need to learn to be human beings instead of human doings. That means being intentional about incorporating systems that prioritize fun and relaxation into your life. It's okay if you fall into the habit of time blocking everything down to the minute. I've been there. At one point, I was managing an office of over 300 agents, leading a team of 13, going to countless appointments, and balancing life with kids at home. I was living the do mindset to the extreme, and I realized something was missing. Let's be honest with ourselves. While productivity is important, it's just one part of the equation. Finding moments to be, to simply enjoy, and to recharge is just as essential. It's not about neglecting responsibilities, but creating space for joy, creating space for connection, and creating space for self-care appointments. We must balance our doing with more being. It was overwhelming, and I'll admit, I even had to time block just to go to the bathroom. Seriously, it's embarrassing to even admit. I set a specific time block for drinking water, and then obviously that increased my time block for going to the bathroom. And when I reflect on it now, I realize how out of alignment I was at that moment, and I need to seek forgiveness for that. But I'm sure some of you might relate. Being caught up in a cycle of constant doing. Sometimes it's important to shift our focus and embrace being instead of always doing. It's about being in a space where you don't have to prove anything, sell anything, or constantly be quote unquote on all the time. I've come to understand the value of simply being in a room where no one needs anything from you. It's something I've grown more aware of, though I still have room for improvement. Many of you are familiar with my story. At one point, I had a full-time executive assistant, my trusted partner in crime, Erin. Unfortunately, she passed away suddenly at 41 years old, which led me to a swing of the complete opposite extreme. So I was once so structured that I meticulously time blocked every aspect of my life. I became almost frustrated when people requested my time as if my calendar dictated every move. I was incredibly rigid in how I managed my schedule. But life has a way of throwing unexpected curveballs, doesn't it? Suddenly, it felt like it felt as though the pendulum had swung completely in the opposite direction. Everything felt meaningless. I no longer cared about my calendar or the commitments that I'd once prioritized. I didn't want anyone to hold me accountable, and I questioned why I was even doing any of it in the first place. I didn't want to be anywhere. I didn't want to interact with anyone or even bother taking care of myself. Over the past years, I've learned a lot about myself. I found a way to return to a healthier sense of harmony, not balance, because nothing is ever perfectly balanced. Life is always shifting, and I've come to accept that adaptability and grace are more important than rigid structures. Embracing harmony is key. Recognizing that there are moments of white space on your calendar is important, and that's perfectly okay. White space. White space represents free time, the chance to unwind and to enjoy life. Maybe all you need is to set aside time for activities like taking a walk, having lunch with a friend, or simply spending some quiet moments alone with no expectations or demands from others. Now, I'm committed to being more intentional with my podcast, Rebecca Recommends, and I'm excited about the growth opportunities as a trainer and a speaker. And so, if any of these things align with you, um, with what I'm sharing, I would love to explore it further with you and see what we could do to bring this message to your people. I'm passionate about teaching Quantum Leap for adults, which I refer to as the life you're doing it all wrong. And it's because it focuses on goal setting, mindset, wealth building. And I definitely love leading the business planning clinics as well. So I'd love to touch on that and see if we could work together and collaborate. Okay, so let's summarize. It's not the 80% of tasks that let me say that again. It's not that 80% of tasks aren't important. They just aren't prioritized first. You've got to focus on the 20% that truly moves the needle, giving you a sense of progress. Once you've tackled those, you can turn your attention to the remaining 80%. Or, if possible, find a system, a tool, or a trusted person to handle the 80% for you. Often these tasks drain the most energy because they're areas where I'm not skilled or naturally gifted. Identifying systems or tools to offload these responsibilities can lead to massive boosts in productivity and energy because it's like you just got that weight off your shoulders. Moving forward, creating a clear client profile and establishing a network within your niche is key. I found that having accountability partners helps me stay on track as they hold me accountable and keep me motivated. Color coding systems have also proven helpful for organizing tasks and setting aside dedicated time on the calendar to a shared calendar is another essential step, ensuring there's no overlap or confusion with family or friends. Once that calendar is established, sharing it with others and reviewing it together reinforces accountability. I've also found value in filling out the goal forms you've got available to you and working with an accountability coach to stay aligned and focused. So, how do you cultivate intentionality in life and work? So, here's the first question. How can you move away from winging it and adopt a more intentional approach to your life and work? Take a moment to reflect on areas where you may be relying on improvisation. Where in your life or work could you benefit from more clarity, more structure, and more purpose? Identify these areas and consider the steps you can take to establish a more intentional approach. What small changes can you implement to bring greater focus and direction to your daily actions and decisions? Question number 2. What goals are you currently working towards, and how do they align with your values and vision for your life? Take the time to examine your short-term and long-term goals. Are they clear, measurable, aligned with what truly matters to you? How can you break these goals down into actionable steps that will guide you towards achieving them? Reflecting on your values and vision will help ensure your goals are meaningful and purposeful, leading to a more fulfilling journey. Question number 3. How can you harness the power of reflection and continuous learning to keep yourself aligned with your goals? Take a moment to consider how you currently track your progress. How could integrating regular reflection or feedback help you fine-tune your strategies and maintain focus on your goals? Number 4, identify and align with your core values. Gaining clarity on your core values will help guide every decision you make. When you truly understand what matters most to you, it becomes easier to make choices that reflect your authentic self and your passions. Key takeaway: living in alignment with your values brings clarity and purpose to every aspect of your life. Chapter 4: Top 3 Core Values. The One Thing Couples Retreat exercise by Jay and Wendy Papasan I did years ago brought about so much clarity to my values. Spreading hundreds, and I mean hundreds of cards out on the table, I was forced to narrow them down, first to 10, then to 5, and eventually to 3. What I discovered were spirit led, growth, and adventure. These values resonate so deeply with me because they make me feel truly alive. It's essential to take the time to explore your values. They shape who you surround yourself with, who you choose to marry, the organizations you work for, and the ones you support. They influence every aspect of your life, guiding the decisions you make and the paths you follow. Understanding your values helps create a life that feels authentic and fulfilling. Then, when things come my way, I filter them through that lens of whether they align with my values and goals for this season. And if the answer is no, I confidently decline, or I say yes, like big capital YES, and I take action. I've learned to recognize when my actions are out of sync with my values by paying attention to how I feel. For me, it often shows up as a sense of discomfort or unease. Unlike, it's like it almost feels like something's off. When I pause to reflect, I ask myself, does this align with who I want to be and what I stand for? And if the answer is no, I step back and I reassess. I found that my calendar serves as one of the most powerful tools for ensuring alignment. If the things I'm spending my time on don't reflect my priorities, whether it's my faith, my family, or helping others, it's a clear sign that I need to make adjustments. For me, alignment isn't just about stating my values, it's about ensuring that my daily actions and commitments truly reflect those values. It's a continuous process, and I strive to extend grace to myself as I navigate the journey of staying aligned. Another way I recognize misalignment is through the feedback of those closest to me, my friends, my family, and colleagues. They often notice when I'm not showing up as my best self, and their observations serve as a mirror for me. I deeply value these moments because they encourage me to step back and recalibrate, helping me gain clarity on what might need to change. I also pay close attention to my energy. When I'm living in alignment with my values, I feel energized, I feel purposeful, and I feel driven. However, when I'm misaligned, I often feel drained, I feel overwhelmed, and even resentful. It's as if my body is signaling something needs to shift. Lastly, I dedicate intentional time to prayer and reflection. I ask God to guide me, seeking clarity on areas where I may have veered off course. Journaling is another powerful tool, and it allows me to get honest with myself and identify the adjustments I need to make. Recognizing misalignment isn't always straightforward, but I've come to view it as a gift. It presents an opportunity for growth, refocusing, and ensuring I'm truly living a life designed with intention. When external pressures weigh on me, I remind myself that my purpose isn't to please everyone. It's to live authentically aligned with my values. Clarity on what truly matters gives me the confidence to say no to things that don't serve my purpose, even if others may not understand or agree. Self doubt can creep in quietly, but focusing on my values helps silence those negative voices. I might not have all the answers, but I know I'm taking steps that align with who I am and what I believe. And that inner clarity becomes my anchor, guiding me forward with confidence, no matter what others think or expect. When I guide others in identifying their core values, I start by asking thought provoking questions like, what truly matters to you? What brings you joy? What brings you fulfillment? And people often will already possess a deep understanding of their values, but they may need the space and support to bring these values into conscious awareness. One exercise I particularly enjoy is having individuals reflect on their proudest moments and their most challenging experiences. These reflections often highlight what they value most, whether it's integrity, faith, family, or personal growth. And from there, I encourage them to identify their top 3 to 5 values and explore what those values look like in practice. For instance, if someone values family, we dive into how they're prioritizing time with loved ones and making decisions that strengthen those relationships. By defining these values and seeing them in action, people can create a more intentional, fulfilling life aligned with what truly matters to them. To ensure their values align with their life goals, we start by examining their calendar and commitments. I'll ask, okay, do your daily actions reflect what truly matters to you? Often the simple question serves as a wake up call, revealing that they may be dedicating time to tasks that don't align with their priorities. Together, we work to make intentional adjustments, crafting a clear roadmap that keeps them aligned with both their values and goals. This process is incredibly rewarding. And when people gain clarity about their values and start living in alignment with them, they often experience a boost of confidence, of focus, and a deeper sense of fulfillment. It's about designing a life that truly reflects who they are and what they care about most. So, how do you align your values and daily actions and decisions? First question is, what are your top 3 core values and how do they show up in your daily actions and decisions? Question number 2 is, reflect on your life and consider which values resonate most with you. Do your choices, whether in relationships, work, or personal growth, align with these values? Question number 3, how do you feel when your actions are misaligned with your values? And what signs or symptoms alert you to this misalignment? Question number 4, pay attention to your emotions and energy levels. Are there certain situations or commitments that make you feel drained, unsettled, or disconnected from your true self? And question number 5, how can you use your calendar and commitments as a tool to ensure that you're living in alignment with your values and your goals? So take a close look at how you spend your time. Are there activities or obligations in your calendar reflecting what truly matters to you? If not, what changes can you make to realign your schedule today? Set clear, purposeful, driven goals. Goal setting isn't just about doing more, it's about achieving what truly matters. And when you set goals that align with your vision, they not only push you, but also bring you closer to the life you truly want to create. So, the key takeaway here is a goal without purpose is just a task. But a goal with purpose, however, has the power to transform your life. But how do you distinguish between meaningful goals and those that are just merely tasks? Think about goal setting as planning a family vacation. Just as a vacation requires both a destination and a clear roadmap to get there, your goals need a clear destination and a guide to reach them. So take a moment to dream big and envision both your personal and business aspirations. It's perfectly fine to dream of a tropical beach, but ensure your business goals don't drift aimlessly like those tides. Setting meaningful goals isn't always about chasing tangible things. Sometimes it's about the qualities and the characteristics you wish to cultivate, like creating deeper connections, spending quality time with loved ones, building memories, and making a positive impact on the world around you. When it comes to goal setting, my faith has a profound influence on my mindset and shapes my actions powerfully. Faith isn't just something I practice on Sundays, it's deeply woven into how I navigate life every day. To me, it feels like having a compass that consistently points me in the right direction, even when life feels chaotic or uncertain. For those of us who think differently, especially those of us with dyslexia, this faith driven approach can make goal setting not only clearer, but even more purposeful. So let's break it down into a couple simple steps. First, faith gives you the why behind your goals. Faith helps me understand the why behind the goals I set. It's not just about what I want to achieve, it's about what God has placed on my heart to do. For example, I don't just set a goal to make more money. I ask myself, how can I use this goal to help others? How can this bring glory to God? Here's a practical way to think about it. Imagine you're planting a garden. Faith is like sunlight. Without it, your plants, your goals, won't grow properly. When I set a goal, I pray and I ask God, what do you want me to grow this year? And this helps me focus on goals that align with my purpose instead of just chasing after things that don't really matter in the long run. See, faith keeps you anchored in the hard times. Let's be real. Goal setting isn't always straightforward. Life has a way of throwing curveballs, and sometimes things do not go as planned. The older I get, the more I've come to realize this truth. Life is full of unexpected twists and turns, but this is where my faith becomes my anchor. One of my favorite Bible verses is Jeremiah 29:11. For I know the thoughts that I think toward you, says the Lord, thoughts of peace and not of evil, to give you a future and a hope. Whenever I encounter setbacks, I remind myself that God's plan is far greater than anything I could imagine. Missing a goal doesn't mean failure. It means God is redirecting me, leading me towards something even better than I could have even envisioned. Here's a tip. Picture God as your GPS. When you take a wrong turn, he doesn't give up on you. He simply says, recalculating. Trust that the delay or the detour is a part of his plan to get you to where you need to go. Faith helps you start small and build confidence. Sometimes big goals feel overwhelming. As someone with dyslexia, I've discovered the value of breaking them down into smaller, more achievable steps. And in the Bible, there's a powerful story about a mustard seed. Matthew 17:20 says, So Jesus said to them, because of your unbelief, for assuredly I say to you, if you have faith as a mustard seed, you will say to this mountain, move from here to there, and it will move. And nothing will be impossible for you. To me, this illustrates that taking small, intentional actions with faith can lead to tremendous outcomes. So here's how I apply it. Instead of saying, well, I want to sell 50 homes this year, I break it down. How many families do I need to serve this month? What's the one thing I can do today to move closer to that goal? By starting small, I build momentum and confidence. And when I feel stuck, I pray for strength to take the next step, no matter how small it may seem. Faith guides my priorities. One of my biggest lessons I've learned is that I can't do everything, and it's okay. Faith helps me prioritize what matters most. So, here's an example. Before setting a new goal, I ask myself, does this align with God's plan for my life? Will this help me grow in my faith, my family, and my purpose? If the answer is no, then I let it go. And I trust that if it's meant to be, it will come back around in the right season. Here's a helpful visual. Think of your life as a jar. Faith, family, and health are all the big rocks that go into it first. Goals like earning more money or buying a new car are small pebbles. If you fill your jar with the pebbles first, there's no room for the big rocks. Faith helps me keep my jar in the right order. Faith gives me the courage to dream big. One thing I love about faith is that it reminds me to think beyond my limitations. Dyslexia can sometimes make you feel like you're not smart enough or capable enough, but faith flips the script. Ephesians 3:20 says, "Now to him who is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all that we could ask, think, or imagine, according to the power that works in us." This verse reminds me that I don't have to rely on my own strength to reach my goals. God's power is at work in me, which means I can dream bigger than I ever thought possible. So if you're struggling to believe in yourself, try this. Write down one big dream you have. Then pray and ask God to help you take the first baby step towards it. And even if it feels scary, remember that God has your back. Sometimes when you are too close to the goal, you feel paralyzed and uncertain of what the next step might be. And that's where a mentor or a coach comes in. And if you need one, I want to interview for the job. Faith teaches me to celebrate progress, not perfection. I've learned that perfection isn't the goal. Progress is. And my faith reminds me to celebrate the small wins along the way. Psalm 118:24 says, "This is the day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it." Each day is a gift, and every step forward is worth celebrating. So, did you send out an email to a client today? Celebrate it. Did you read a chapter or a page of that book that's going to help you grow? Celebrate it. Faith helps me stay thankful for what I've accomplished instead of beating myself up over what I haven't done yet. Faith keeps me humble and it keeps me grateful. One of the best things about faith is that it keeps me grounded. When I reach a goal, I don't take all the credit. I give thanks to God for giving me the strength and wisdom to achieve it. Here's a simple gratitude practice. At the end of each day, write down or jot down in a note on your phone 3 things you're thankful for. These can be small, like a kind word from a friend, or big, like hitting a big milestone. Gratitude always shifts your focus from what's missing to what's already been provided. And when you approach goals with a grateful heart, you're more likely to stay motivated. Faith encourages me to share my success. So it reminds me that my goals aren't just about me, they're about serving others. And when I reach a goal, I ask myself, how can I use this success to bless someone else? So, for example, if I hit a financial goal, I might donate to a cause or ministry that I believe in. If I learn something valuable, I turn around and share it with others who might benefit. This mindset not only makes goal setting more meaningful, but also keeps me connected to my faith. Faith makes goal setting simpler and stronger. Faith has transformed the way I set goals. It gives me clarity, courage, and a sense of purpose. For anyone who thinks differently or simply wants a more meaningful approach to life, faith can be the key to unlocking your potential. So, remember, start small. Trust God's plan. Celebrate progress and use your success to serve others. With faith as your guide, you can achieve more than you ever imagined, only one baby step at a time. So, goal setting made simple is one of my favorite workshops to teach. Over the years, I've discovered practical ways to set and break down goals into manageable steps spanning 5 years, 3 years, 1 year, even monthly and weekly milestones. And this method makes it easy to calculate exactly what needs your focus each day, helping you to move closer to your dreams. Think of creating a schedule as conducting a symphony. Each element, your tasks, your priorities, your values, needs to flow together in harmony. Forget the myth of the perfect balance. Life is always in motion. Instead of a well-planned calendar that aligns with your values and goals, they become your anchor, keeping you focused and intentional. Are you ready to bring these transformative principles into your team, your life, your organization? I specialize in empowering groups to break through barriers and step boldly into their potential, and I'd love to help you too. So, how do your goals align with your deeper purpose and values? Reflect on the goals you've set for yourself. Are they motivated by a sense of purpose and aligned with your core beliefs? Or do they feel more like tasks that you have to check off? When faced with setbacks or challenges, how do you stay anchored in your faith and purpose to guide you through? Next, consider a recent challenge you've encountered. How did your faith help you stay focused on the bigger picture, even when things didn't go according to plan? And five, how can breaking down large goals into smaller, more manageable steps help you stay motivated and make progress? Think about a big goal that you're working towards. How can you break it down into smaller, actionable steps? And how might this approach build your confidence and momentum? You've got to develop a resilient and empowered mindset. Life is full of unexpected twists and turns, but it's your mindset that shapes how you navigate them. Instead of letting challenges hold you back, learn to embrace them as opportunities for growth. Shift your perspective on adversity and cultivate that mental strength that drives you towards success. The key takeaway here is that resilience starts in your mind. When you transform your thoughts, you transform your life. So, what does it mean to have a resilient mindset? And how does it differ from mere optimism? Well, to me, a resilient mindset is more than just surviving life's challenges, it's about thriving despite them. It's the strength to bounce back when things go wrong. It's to adapt to unexpected changes and to keep pushing towards, to keep pushing forward, regardless of the obstacles in your path. Resilience doesn't mean pretending everything's okay or ignoring the hard times. It's about confronting reality head on with courage and using experiences as opportunities for growth. Optimism, on the other hand, is about maintaining a hopeful outlook and believing good things are possible. And while optimism can be uplifting, it's not always enough when life gets messy. Optimism says things will turn out fine. Resilience responds, even if things don't go as planned, I'll find a way to navigate through it. For me, resilience is a deeply rooted it for me, resilience is deeply rooted in both my faith and my journey. I have faced adoption. I was adopted at birth, and I later in life adopted one of my daughters. I have dyslexia. I have ADHD. I've gone through a divorce. I've lost my dad unexpectedly, and then a devastating loss of a close colleague. And any one of those experiences could have left me defeated. But resilience has been my compass, guiding me to rise again and move forward stronger each time. A resilient mindset is built on these three, sorry, a resilient mindset is built on these key things. First, faith, believing that God has a plan even when the path is unclear. Next, choosing perspective to see obstacles as opportunities for growth rather than dead ends. And lastly, action, taking small, consistent steps forward, even when you're scared or uncertain. See, resilience is like a muscle, and the more you use it, the stronger it gets. And every time you navigate through a tough situation, you're giving that muscle a workout. Optimism, on the other hand, helps you spot the light at the end of the tunnel, but it's resilience that fuels your determination to keep moving forward, even when it feels impossibly far away. In essence, optimism sparks hope, while resilience drives action, faith, and grit. Together, they form a powerful duo that makes you truly unstoppable. So, how can you bounce back from setbacks without losing momentum or confidence? Well, bouncing back from setbacks starts with understanding that they're a part of the journey, not the end of it. Nobody achieves big things without a few bumps along the way. The key is to approach setbacks as lessons instead of failures. So here's what works for me. Number one, refocus on your why. When things don't go as planned, I take a step back and remind myself of my bigger purpose. Why did I set this goal in the first place? For me, it often ties back to faith and belief that God has a plan for my life, and a setback might just be His way of redirecting me towards something even better. Number two, look for the lesson. Every setback has something to teach you if you're willing to look for it. So ask yourself, what can I learn from this? What could I do differently next time? Turning challenges into learning opportunities helps you grow stronger and smarter for the future. And number three, celebrate small wins. When your confidence takes a hit, focus on the small victories. Did you take one step forward today? Celebrate it. Momentum isn't about giant leaps, it's about consistent movement, one step at a time. Number four, surround yourself with encouragement. Lean on people who believe in you. Whether it's a mentor, a friend, or a faith community, having support can make all the difference. Sometimes just hearing, hey, you've got this from someone is going to reignite your confidence. Number five, keep moving. The most important thing is not to stop, even if the steps feel small or imperfect. Keep going. Action builds momentum, and momentum rebuilds confidence. Setbacks don't define you. How you respond to them does. Trust that every challenge is shaping you into the person you're meant to be. Keep the faith, keep learning, and keep moving forward. You've got this. So, how does confidence come from competence? Well, true confidence isn't a trait that you're born with. It's a skill that you cultivate over time. One of the most effective ways to nurture it is by developing competence. Competence comes from mastering the skills, gaining the knowledge, and building the habits essential for success. And as you grow more capable in a particular area, confidence begins to feel natural, stemming from the trust you've built in your ability to handle the challenges that come your way. So here's how this works and why it matters. Competence comes from repetition. Confidence doesn't magically appear. It's something you build through consistent practice and effort. The more you engage in an activity, the better you become. And as your skills grow, so does your confidence. Imagine learning to ride a bike. At first, you're probably shaky, unsure, struggling to keep your balance, but with practice, you got steadier, and eventually pedaling and steering felt natural, almost effortless. And that transformation is the essence of competence in action. The same holds in real estate or business. Repeated practice of lead generation, mastering negotiations, or delivering outstanding client experiences sharpen your abilities. And over time, these skills become second nature, and they fuel the confidence you need to excel in any situation. Competence builds trust in yourself. When you've put in the work to master something, you trust yourself to perform, and this trust is the foundation of confidence. For example, as a Keller Williams trainer, I've spent years mastering the models and systems that help agents succeed. And because I've done this work, I can stand in front of a room and teach with confidence, not because I'm naturally fearless, but because I'm prepared. This is why preparation is so important. Confidence grows when you know you've done everything you can to be ready. Competence shrinks fear. One of the biggest enemies of confidence is fear. Fear of failure, fear of looking foolish, fear of the unknown. And so competence is the antidote. When you've taken the time to learn and practice, you eliminate many of the unknowns that fuel fear. For instance, if you're nervous about speaking in front of a group, becoming competent in your topic can ease your nerves. The more you know your material, the less you'll worry about forgetting something or getting caught off guard. Competence allows you to focus on delivering value instead of doubting yourself. Number four, competence helps you handle setbacks. So even when things go wrong, competence gives you the tools to recover. If you've built strong skills, you can pivot, you can adapt, and you can keep moving forward. For example, if a deal falls apart, a competent real estate agent doesn't crumble. They lean on their training and experience to figure out the next step. And that ability to problem solve boosts confidence because you know you're equipped to handle whatever comes your way. Five, competence isn't about perfection. One of the biggest misconceptions about confidence is that you need to be perfect to feel it, and that's just simply not true. Competence is about progress, not perfection. Every time you practice a skill, you're becoming more competent, even if you're not perfect yet. Confidence grows as you see yourself improving. It's the belief that you can handle challenges because you're constantly learning and growing. So, how do you build competence and confidence? Here are the practical steps. Start small. Break big goals into smaller, manageable tasks, focusing on building competence in one area at a time. Seek feedback. Don't be afraid to ask for constructive criticism. Feedback helps you refine your skills and improve faster. Practice consistently. Confidence is built through repetition. Show up every day and do the work, even when it feels uncomfortable. Next, learn continuously. Read books, take courses, and seek mentorship. The more knowledge you gain, the more competent and confident you're going to feel. And finally, celebrate progress. Every little win matters. Recognize how far you've come and use that momentum to keep going. Confidence is the natural result of competence. When you dedicate yourself to developing skills and mastering your craft, confidence becomes an inevitable outcome. It's not about faking it till you make it, but it's about putting in the effort until self-belief becomes second nature. The more you improve at something, the more you trust your abilities, and that trust builds a calm, unshakable confidence. So, if doubt creeps in, don't waste energy trying to force confidence. Instead, shift your focus. What steps can I take today to sharpen my skills and grow my competence? With consistent effort, confidence will always follow. The most profound example of this in my life came after my divorce, a season that was without a doubt one of the hardest chapters I've ever endured. As a mom, I found myself battling a very heavy, suffocating belief: single moms struggle. That thought echoed in my mind more times than I can count. It felt like an unshakable label, a life sentence I never agreed to. But here's the thing about a limiting belief: they don't disappear on their own. They cling to you until you confront them head on and call them out for what they are: lies. So I decided to challenge that belief. I wrote it down: single moms struggle. Then I asked myself this: is this always true? Is it true for every single mom, everywhere? The answer was obvious: of course not. I could think of countless single moms who were thriving, raising their kids with strength and grace, and building incredible lives. And that realization was my first clue. This belief wasn't an absolute truth. It was just a story I'd been telling myself, a story I hadn't thought to question. Then, one day, it struck me: what if the opposite were true? What if being a single mom wasn't the final chapter of my story, but the start of something extraordinary? What if divorce didn't signify an ending, but a powerful new beginning? The most powerful reset of my entire life. It didn't have to be a death sentence for my happiness. It could be the ultimate reset button, a chance to rebuild, reimagine, and reinvest in myself. And that realization shifted everything for me. Instead of dwelling on what I'd lost, I began asking a different question: what do I want to create as I move forward? I get to redefine my thinking. I stopped labeling myself as struggling and started seeing myself as a resourceful, capable, and determined mom. I get to change my habits. I looked at the areas where I'd been holding back my health, my time management, my focus, and I began making small, intentional shifts every day. I get to reinvent my business. I poured myself into mastering the models and the systems that work, doubling down on my strengths and building something sustainable for my future. I get to rebuild my bank account. I started thinking bigger about wealth, asking myself, what does financial freedom look like and how can I create it? And this shift doesn't happen overnight, but each time I chose to replace a limiting belief with one that empowered me, I felt a little stronger. And gradually, I stopped seeing my divorce as the end and began recognizing it was the turning point, the moment I started living my life with intention. That's the transformative power of redefining your mindset. It's not just about getting through tough times. It's about turning those challenging seasons into fuel for growth, shaping you into the person you were always meant to become. Whether it's a divorce, a career setback, or any other obstacle, you hold the power to reset, to reinvent yourself, to reinvest in yourself, and emerge stronger than ever. Beauty from ashes. When I teach others how to stay positive and motivated, especially when they're facing repeated challenges, I always start with this. You don't have to ignore your struggles to stay positive. Positivity isn't pretending everything's fine. It's choosing how you respond when things aren't. So here's how I help others shift their mindset and stay motivated, even when life gets tough. One of the most effective ways to transform your mindset is by focusing on what's going right, even when things feel like they're falling apart. I often encourage people to keep a gratitude journal or to set aside a few moments each day to reflect on the positives. When confronted with challenges, it's easy for negativity to take center stage. Gratitude offers a fresh perspective. It helps you zoom out and gain a clearer view of the bigger picture. It reminds you that even during difficult times, there are still things to be thankful for. Control the controllables. Repeated challenges can make you feel powerless, but there's always something within your control. You can control your attitude, you can control your actions, and you can control your effort. I teach others to stop wasting energy on things they can't change and instead ask this: what can I do today to move forward? What's one small step I can take to make progress today? Small, consistent actions create momentum, and momentum builds motivation. So you got to reframe the way you look at things. I've faced my share of challenges, whether it be adoption or dyslexia, no college degree, ADHD, divorce, losing a loved one. And one of the most important things I've learned is that every struggle comes with an opportunity for growth. And you can reframe your struggles by asking, what is this challenge trying to teach me? How can this situation make me stronger, make me smarter, make me more compassionate? When you see challenges as opportunities to grow, they lose their power to defeat you. You've got to remind yourself of the vision. When life gets tough, it's easy to lose track of your goals and dreams. That's why I guide people in creating a clear, powerful vision for their lives and ensuring it stays front and center. Whether it's through the vision board, written goals, a daily prayer, having something to focus on keeps you moving forward with purpose and intention. My faith and sense of purpose plays vital roles in my vision. Knowing that I have a reason to be here helps me stay motivated even when the path seems uncertain or unclear. Surrounding yourself with positivity is essential, but you can't do it alone. I encourage people to be intentional about who they spend time with and what they allow into their minds. The company you keep and the thoughts you invite in have a powerful influence on your journey. So here's my question for you. Are you surrounding yourself with people who lift you up or drag you down? Are you feeding your mind with inspiration or with negativity? Sometimes it's as simple as joining a supportive community, reading an uplifting book, or listening to a podcast that reminds you of what's possible. You got to celebrate the progress, not perfection. Repeated challenges can make you feel like you're stuck, but I teach people to focus on progress over perfection. So, did you take one step forward today? Celebrate it. Did you learn something new? Even if it came from a mistake, that's a win. When you celebrate small victories, you build confidence and motivation to keep going. So here's a Rebecca reality check, okay? The reality is that we all get stuck. And here's an example for me when I'm feeling it. I pretend. Yep, you read that right. I pretend. I get up, I shower off the day before, I suit up, which means I put on a cute blazer, and I get out of my house. I get out of my house. I preview 2 houses at minimum, and I pretend I have a buyer with me. My husband is gracious enough to play along sometimes, and we act as if it's real. So if you don't have the client that you want, go and pretend you do and get into action. When we get into inspired action, amazing things start to happen. It's like we become a magnet for good things. And wouldn't you know it, my phone rings with a new referral, or we meet a great neighbor as we're checking out homes. And it's all because we got out of our house and into action. There's a great quote by Dale Carnegie. It says, inaction breeds doubt and fear. Inaction breeds doubt and fear. Action breeds confidence and courage. If you want to conquer fear, do not sit at home and think about it. Go out and get busy. Anchor yourself in faith. For me, faith is the foundation of staying positive and motivated. I believe God has a plan, and even when I don't understand it, that belief gives me hope and strength to face challenges with courage. I encourage others to lean into their faith, whatever that looks like for them, whether it's a prayer, meditation, a scripture. Having a spiritual anchor can make all the difference. Next, be kind to yourself. Challenges can often shake your confidence and self-esteem. I emphasize the power of self-compassion, giving yourself the grace and permission to be human. You don't need to have all the answers. It's perfectly okay to rest, to reset, and to try again tomorrow. What truly matters is that you keep going. Staying positive and motivated doesn't mean ignoring your challenges. It means choosing to grow through them. Oh, that's good. Let me say that again. Staying positive and motivated doesn't mean ignoring your challenges. It means choosing to grow through them. It isn't about focusing on what you can control, finding it. It is about focusing on what you can control, finding joy in the small victories, and remembering that every step forward, no matter how small, is progress. I always remind people that they're stronger than they realize and that with the right mindset, they can overcome anything. Stay faithful, stay focused, and keep moving forward. You've got this. So here are 3 powerful self-reflection questions based on this chapter. Number 1, how can I reframe a recent setback as an opportunity for growth rather than a failure? Reflect on a challenge you have faced recently. How can shifting your perspective change the way you approach it moving forward? What limiting beliefs have I been holding on to? Is question number 2. What limiting beliefs have I been holding on to? And how can I replace them with empowering truths? Consider any negative beliefs you might have about yourself. What new, empowering narrative could you adopt to help you move forward with confidence? An example of this is, the single mom struggle. What's the opposite of that? Is that I just imagine myself flipping it on its head and say single moms are successful, single moms are millionaire, billionaire moms. And literally by flipping it upside down, the opposite now becomes that empowering truth. Question number 3: what small action can I take today to build my competence and increase my confidence? Think about an area in your life where you feel uncertain right now. What's one small step you could take today to practice and build your skills in that area? Chapter 5: embracing your unique brain wiring, whether it's dyslexia, ADHD, or another form of neurodiversity, isn't just about navigating a world that often sees you as different. It's about thriving by harnessing those differences as superpowers. For far too long, neurodiversity has been viewed as a challenge or as a limitation. But what if it's actually the key to unlocking your creativity, your problem solving skills, and leadership potential? I once believed that my dyslexia and ADHD were obstacles to overcome. Still, as I began to embrace the strengths they provided, I discovered the significant advantages they brought to both my personal and professional life. Neurodiverse people happen to be those who are strongest in the very areas most need and sought in let me say that again. Neurodiverse people happen to be those who are strongest in the very areas most needed and sought after by today's fast changing world creativity of out of the box thinking, pattern recognition, and deep immersion into areas of interest and passion. For example, dyslexia has shown me how to think more visually and to find a solution to a problem that perhaps others may have overlooked. It gave a different viewpoint that proved priceless in founding businesses, mentoring people, and overcoming obstacles. There was once a time, for example, when I had a pretty complex problem in my real estate business. It wasn't through traditional methods that I found a solution. Rather, it was my ability to reframe the situation and identify opportunities where others saw only obstacles. This ability to think differently has been a powerful advantage, illustrating the unique strengths that neurodiversity can bring. So it's important for organizations and leaders to provide support for the neurodiverse employees. It starts with cultures that celebrate differences instead of stigmatizing them, giving them flexibility in approaches to tasks, providing tools aligned with unique ways of thinking, and encouraging open neurodiversity conversations. As leaders begin to appreciate the strengths of their neurodiverse team members rather than dwelling on perceived limitations, not only are individuals empowered, but so is the organization itself. The truth is, your differences are not weaknesses. They are strengths waiting to be unlocked. By embracing how your mind functions and establishing systems to support your success, you'll discover that neurodiversity isn't something to overcome. It's a powerful advantage in both life and the workplace. So let's look deeper and change the narrative on neurodiversity altogether. Neurodivergent often means a different kind of thinking than that of the majority, something that sets you apart and makes you uniquely valuable in a world of driven that in a world that's driven by innovation and fresh perspective, the ability to view situations from angles others might miss is not just helpful, but it's indispensable. For example, people with ADHD may struggle in structured traditional settings, but thrive in a fast paced dynamic environment that requires multitasking and adaptability. Dyslexia is often mistakenly thought of as simply having difficulty reading, when in fact, it's often coupled with an exceptional spatial reasoning that creative problem solving skills. So these are not minor quirks, but powerful traits, rather, that when developed can lead to extraordinary achievements in any field. Throughout my journey, I've discovered that my ADHD sparks bursts of creativity, allowing me to approach challenges with enthusiasm and energy. These traits have been instrumental in designing training programs that truly resonate, practical, engaging, and visually impactful. And instead of seeing my brain's non-linear dynamic nature as a limitation, I've embraced it. I've embraced it by creating systems that align with how I naturally think and work. For organizations, this is where the real opportunity lies. When leaders recognize that neurodiversity brings strengths rather than obstacles, they can unlock untapped potential within their teams. Simple adjustments, such as offering flexible workflows, allowing employees to work within their zones of genius, and fostering a culture of psychological safety, can transform perceived challenges into invaluable assets. So the truth is, neurodiversity isn't a limitation. It's a competitive advantage. Whether you're an individual learning to embrace your brain's wiring or a leader shaping a more inclusive workplace, this is the key. Focus on what makes you or your team extraordinary, not what makes you different. Because the things that make you stand out are the very things that will lead to your greatest successes. Absolutely. One of the systems that completely transformed my productivity and life is time blocking, which I've already touched on. As someone who is neurodivergent, hello ADHD, my brain tends to jump from one task to the other like a squirrel on espresso. It wasn't until I implemented time blocking that I was able to take control and actually focus on things getting done without feeling completely overwhelmed. At first, I was skeptical, like, how can I sit down and plan out my day in advance, possibly by, my it overwhelmed me, and my brain always felt like it was scattered. But I gave it a shot, and it was a game changer. I started breaking my day into chunks of time dedicated to specific tasks. For example, mornings were for deep work rather than um so yeah, so like mornings was more about writing, brainstorming new ideas, focusing on strategic planning, and then I would reserve afternoons for administrative stuff like emails, meetings, paperwork that didn't require the same high energy focus. It didn't take long to notice the difference, and time blocking gave me the framework to operate within, but more importantly, it honored my brain's natural rhythm. I didn't have to force myself to do heavy mental tasks when my energy was low or worry that I'd forget something because I'd planned ahead. I could stay focused, be productive, and still have time for things that I loved. Another huge perk, uh, I found fewer OMG, what was I supposed to be doing kind of moments, if you know what I mean, during the day. It made my days feel structured without feeling like I was locked into a rigid, soul sucking schedule. And it gave me the freedom to be creative and spontaneous during the times when I was energized and ready to dive into new ideas. And this system has been key to helping me balance my work, my life, my business, all the things. It's one of the small changes that has created a ripple effect in so many areas of my life. And I wish that I would have embraced time blocking sooner. It's also super adaptable, which is perfect for anyone like me who doesn't like to follow that linear path. So, if you're looking for a simple way to improve your productivity and focus, I highly recommend giving time blocking a try. It might just transform your life the way it did mine. Here are 5 tools and systems that neurodivergent individuals can use to align their natural strengths and navigate traditional work and life structures. Number 1. Neurodivergent minds often thrive with structure, but the rigidity of traditional schedules can feel like a straitjacket. Time blocking offers a solution that combines structure with flexibility, making it one of the most effective tools for neurodivergent individuals to manage their time, their energy, and their focus. Number two, the idea is simple. Instead of trying to tackle an endless to-do list or hopping from one task from task to task in a scattered way, you assign specific tasks to a designated block of time on your calendar. For example, you might reserve the morning for creative projects when your mind is fresh and alert, and save routine or more administrative tasks for the afternoon when your energy dips. Number three, make time blocking particularly powerful for neurodivergent individuals is because it has an ability to honor the natural ebb and flow of your energy and attention. Instead of forcing yourself to be on all the time, you can align your tasks with the periods when you're most capable of doing that kind of work. And I always tell people it's like short little amounts of time, which we'll get to in a minute. Number four, for instance, someone with ADHD might find it easier to focus on deep work in short focus blocks of time, followed by scheduled breaks. This system leverages your brain's strengths by giving it clear, manageable boundaries and removing the decision fatigue of figuring out what to do next. Number five, the beauty of time blocking is that it's adaptable. Your blocks can be short or they can be long as you need them to be. You can also include buffer blocks to allow for flexibility or unexpected interruptions. For example, a 90-minute block might include 60 minutes of focus work, followed by 30 minutes for catching up on emails, taking a walk, or resetting for the next block. Number six, to make time blocking work even better, you can use tools like digital calendars, like we talked about, physical planners. You can also use scheduling apps like Notion or ClickUp, add a color coding to differentiate the different types of tasks, like blue for creative and green for client meetings and yellow for personal time. So you can quickly see the balance in your day. Number seven, the goal isn't perfection or squeezing more into your day. It's creating a system that reduces overwhelm and helps you feel accomplished. Over time, time blocking can become a cornerstone of your productivity, helping you navigate life's demands with clarity, focus, and confidence. Strategies for maximizing productivity with visual and organizational tools. So there's visual planning tools like Trello and Asana, or even a color-coded calendar can be game changers for people who think visually. These platforms let you see your tasks and deadlines at a glance, turning a long to-do list into manageable, prioritized steps. Next is chunking big tasks into smaller steps. If a big project feels daunting, break it into smaller, actionable steps. This strategy helps reduce decision fatigue and makes progress feel achievable. Celebrate each small win. It's a powerful way to stay motivated and keep momentum going. Next, leaning on automation and reminders. Let technology work for you. Use the apps like Todoist, Google Calendar, Alexa to set reminders for meetings, deadlines, or reoccurring tasks. Automating repetitive tasks frees up your brain power for the work you're passionate about and great at. I especially love the Google templates. You can create emails that you catch yourself sending over and over again as templates that then autofill into an email, and then you can just personalize them. Next is create your ideal workspace. Your environment can either work for you or against you, whether it's noise-canceling headphones, a standing desk, or an inspiration board, vision board. Design a workspace that eliminates distractions and energizes your creativity. A space that feels like you is key to staying focused and productive. These systems aren't about fixing yourself. They're about aligning your tools with how your brain naturally works so that you can thrive on your terms. Here are 3 self-reflection questions based on this chapter. Number 1, what strengths does my neurodivergence give me that I can leverage in both my personal and professional life? Reflect on the unique qualities of your brain wiring. How can these strengths help you succeed in the areas where others may struggle? Number two, in what ways can I create systems and environments that support how my brain works rather than trying to fit into the traditional structures? Consider how you design your daily life, your work habits, your environment to align with your natural thinking style instead of forcing yourself into a one size fits all approach. And finally, how can I reframe perceived challenges as opportunities to innovate and create something uniquely valuable? Identify a current challenge you're facing and explore how embracing your neurodivergence could lead to a creative solution that others may overlook or have never even considered before. Chapter 6: Leverage your strengths and stop wasting energy. Stop trying to force yourself into roles or tasks that don't align with your natural abilities. Instead, concentrate on your strengths and create systems to amplify them. Delegate, outsource, or collaborate to cover the areas where you may lack proficiency. The key takeaway here is embrace what you excel at and release what drains your energy. Identifying your natural strengths involves recognizing what feels effortless, what feels exciting and intuitive to you, even when the task is challenging. These strengths often come naturally, reflecting innate talents or abilities that you've possessed since birth. They're the things that light you up, and you tend to excel at them without much conscious effort. Unlike learned skills, which you acquire through practice and experience and training, natural strengths are those you seem to master instinctively. First, to discover your inborn strengths, try reflecting back on any past experiences in which you tended to sail through having a very little problem of any sort. You could have always been good with solving problems, thinking with a strategic perspective, or really reaching deeper with other people. These may be the telltale signs of intrinsic strengths, critical thinking, creativity, or emotional intelligence. Notice what activities absorb you when time becomes irrelevant and seems full. Where your natural strengths lie, you're often drawn to with ease. Whereas when they're challenging, it's going to require more effort for others. Next, think about the feedback you've received over the years. What do people praise you for? What skills do they say you're exceptional at? That outside perspective can offer valuable insight into what might come naturally to you. You might also ask yourself, what do I do that feels like second nature? This might not always be something you consciously acknowledge as a strength, but it's often where your raw talent lies. So, how do you differentiate natural strengths from learned skills? Consider the following: ease versus effort. Natural strengths tend to require less conscious effort to perform well, whereas learned skills take practice and refinement. For example, you might naturally be a good communicator, but public speaking, a learned skill, might take more effort for you to master. Excitement versus obligation. When you tap into your natural strengths, you often feel energized and excited to do the work. With learned skills, you might feel a sense of accomplishment, but it might also feel like a task that requires more focus and energy. Consistency over time. Natural strengths tend to show up consistently over time in various areas of life, while learned skills tend to be more situational. For example, your ability to stay calm under pressure might be a natural strength, while your proficiency in a specific software is a learned skill. Having determined your natural strengths, it's important to develop and put them to work. If you know your strengths, you will focus on the things most central to your abilities to keep you away from fatigue. Learned skills are always welcome and should be, by all means, perfected, but however, It's usually no more than complementary tools or supportive means to help elicit your natural talents in a better way. The key is to build systems and structures around your natural strengths, allowing them to drive greater fulfillment and success, both personally and professionally. So, by identifying and embracing your natural strengths while continuing to develop your learned skills, you'll be working in harmony with your brain's unique wiring instead of against it. And such a balance will help you create a career and a life that feels aligned, meaningful, and truly authentic to you. Focusing on your strengths rather than spending a disproportionate time trying to improve your weaknesses is a more effective path to success because it allows you to tap into what you're naturally good at and leverage that for greater impact. When you concentrate on building up your strengths, or when you concentrate on building upon your strengths, you're working with your natural abilities, which not only feels more effortless, but also gives you significant competitive edge. Here's why focusing on your strengths is a more powerful approach. We all have those areas in which we naturally shine, and others that might feel more challenging. By focusing on your strengths, you're not wasting any valuable time or energy trying to improve skills that don't come naturally. You are refining what you already excel at, boosting your abilities, and increasing your potential. When you align your efforts with your strengths, you can achieve a deeper level of mastery and expertise, leading to greater success and breakthrough. It's about leveraging your potential rather than struggling against your limitations. When you focus on your strengths, you experience success more frequently because you're working in the areas where you're already proficient and you have a natural aptitude. And this creates a positive feedback loop where each small win boosts your confidence and motivation. The more successful you feel, the more energized you'll be to continue pushing forward. And conversely, focusing too much on weaknesses often leads to frustration and burnout because improvement may feel slow or unattainable. Confidence is built through success, and focusing on your strengths sets you up to experience more of it. So when you're doing work that aligns with your strengths, it doesn't feel like work. It feels like a fulfilling challenge. Passion is a key driver of success. And when you're working in an area of your strength, you'll feel more engaged, you'll feel focused and motivated. And this is especially true for the neurodivergent individuals who may have a different way of processing information and tackling problems. For example, someone with ADHD might find great success in a role that requires constant variety and problem solving, where their strengths and adaptability and creative thinking can truly shine. Working in an area of strength taps into intrinsic motivation, making you want to continue improving and excelling. So, your strengths are what differentiate you from others. The more you invest in developing them, the more unique value you can offer to your team, to your organization, to your ministry, and to your clients. Trying to improve a weakness may allow you to become average in that area, but focusing on a strength allows you to stand out and offer exceptional value. If you're naturally great at building relationships, for example, investing in this strength can help you build networks and connections that others may struggle to create. In today's world, unique skills and strengths are highly valued, and it's often your natural abilities that will set you apart. Focusing on your strengths often means that you're doing what comes naturally, what allows you to work more efficiently. When you focus on your strengths, you can work faster, smarter, and more effectively because you don't have to spend hours trying to figure out how to do something that doesn't come easily to you. For example, someone who excels at project management can quickly identify bottlenecks and create strategies to overcome them, while someone struggling with organizational skills might take much longer to complete the same task. So by focusing on strengths, you can use your time more effectively and produce higher quality work in less time. True fulfillment comes from doing work that aligns with who you are, not just what you can do. Focusing on your strengths allows you to work in a way that feels authentic and meaningful to you. If you spend all your time trying to improve your weaknesses, you risk losing sight of the work that truly excites you and motivates you. By leaning into your natural talents, you create a life and a career that feels fulfilling. It's sustainable and it's energizing. Fulfillment is a key component of long term success because when you're passionate and engaged, you're more likely to continue pursuing excellence. Mastering your strengths leads to compounding success. And every time you apply your strengths, you deepen your skill set and you grow your expertise in that particular area. This is how experts are made. By focusing on your strengths, you move towards mastery, which leads to bigger opportunities, greater recognition, and more success in the long run. Compounding success doesn't happen when you try to fix your weaknesses. It's the result of consistently leveraging your strengths and becoming exceptional at what you do best. So when you focus on your strengths, you're not only benefiting yourself, you're contributing to the success of those around you. Teams are made up of individuals with different strengths, and by leaning into yours, you allow others to do the same. A strong team is one where everyone is playing to their strengths. And this synergy drives the collective success of the group. Instead of spending time trying to fix personal weaknesses, you can collaborate more effectively by utilizing your individual strengths to complement the strengths of others. Focusing on your strengths doesn't mean you stop learning or growing. Rather, it means you're continuously refining and expanding what you're already good at. You can always challenge yourself to improve within your areas of strength, which allows for more rewarding growth. Working in areas of strength can also open up new avenues for learning that are deeply connected to your interests and passions, making it easier to stay curious and engaged. Focusing on your strengths is far more effective path to success than trying to improve your weaknesses because by investing in what you're already good at, you can unlock your full potential, gain confidence, and work more efficiently and offer a unique value to the world. Rather than spreading yourself thin trying to improve all the areas that don't come naturally, invest in your strengths to achieve mastery, recognition, and true fulfillment. Your strengths are what make you unique and valuable. Use them to drive your success. Minimizing the energy spent on your weaknesses means finding ways to either delegate or automate those tasks. And if you find that certain task drains you, such as administrative work or detailed data entry like me, or repetitive tasks, then delegate them to someone who excels in those areas or automate them using software tools or AI. For example, if using an email management tool like Sandbox or hiring an assistant to handle scheduling and paperwork can help you focus on tasks that play to your strengths, automation, such as setting up workflows or using a CRM to manage client communications, it allows you to offload work that's not in your zone of genius while keeping things running smoothly. Trying to do it all can quickly lead to burnout. So embrace the power of delegation and outsourcing. Identify tasks that can be effectively handed off to others, both in your business and at home, whether it's hiring a virtual assistant, delegating responsibilities to employees, or asking for help from family members. When you offload these tasks, it's going to free up your time and mental energy, allowing you to nurture both business and family. Oh, this became so clear for me because I knew I needed a second set of eyes to spell check my work. I was great at negotiating, but horrible at checking the contract. So I quickly hired a transaction coordinator to ensure my files were being checked on my behalf. By focusing on my strengths, I had to make a list of all the activities that drained me So essentially, I called it a not to do list. You know, the activity that pops up and you dread it and you avoid it at all cost. Yeah, that one. It's a powerful exercise to ask yourself the question, what am I avoiding? When you create a not to do list, it essentially helps you create a job description for your next hire. If you ask them what tasks they enjoy and they describe your not to do list, then it's a pretty easy thing to see that this is going to be the mutual benefit of working together. So, here are three powerful self reflection questions based on this chapter. What are the activities that energize me? And how can I build more of them into my daily life? I want you to reflect on the tasks that feel effortless, that are fulfilling. And when you think about how you could structure your day to focus on them more. Next question. What tasks do I consistently avoid? And how could I delegate or outsource them to free up more time to do what I do best? So identify activities that drain you and consider how you can pass them off to others who are more suitable for them, allowing you to focus on your strengths. Finally, in what areas can I amplify my natural talents to create more success and fulfillment in my work and life? I want you to explore how you can nurture and develop your natural strengths, ensuring that they drive your success while minimizing focus on areas that feel like constant struggle. Chapter 7, Build Systems for Consistency and Success. Success isn't a matter of luck, it's the result of intentional effort. Achieving your goals requires the creation of consistent habits and systems that support your vision. Mastering how to structure your day, manage your time effectively, and track your progress ensures you stay on the path to success. The key takeaway here is building systems and routines is essential for long term, sustained success. As someone who has mastered navigating both the demands of a multifaceted career and life, I refer to myself as multi passionate. You likely have several systems that are key in place to maintain consistent productivity and success. So, here's a breakdown of systems that reflect your ability to leverage your strengths and optimize your time, ensuring you remain focused and energized. Time blocking is probably one of the major strategies in your daily routine that helps you allocate your time to tasks that align with your strengths. And you might consider dedicating mornings to creative activities, teaching, speaking when your energy and focus are at the highest. You can save your afternoons for the administrative tasks or client follow ups where a more routine focused approach is effective. By organizing your day this way, you are going to work in harmony with your natural patterns of energy, which minimizes the overwhelm and helps you stay on track. Batching is one of the most powerful strategies that exists to streamline your workflow. For example, you could batch similar activities like creating content, social media updates, or training into distinct blocks of time instead of trying to fit them in around your other work during the week. This cuts down on context switching and enables you to stay focused on a similar task, boosting your efficiency and minimizing mental fatigue. Additionally, batching client meetings or other regular activities keeps them consistent and helps maintain clarity in your mind so that your overall workflow is smooth and organized. It can be overwhelming to juggle multiple businesses and roles, which is where delegation comes in. This involves delegating the things that don't play to your strengths, such as administrative work or research or detailed reporting, to a trusted team member or virtual assistant. You're opening up time to devote to higher levels of activity, such as coaching, teaching, and creating content that truly reflects your genius. Delegation lets you be productive and effective while focusing on what you do best and driving valuable results. As a trainer and a business owner, you probably use various customer relationship management tools to keep track of your client interactions and your follow ups and your scheduling. And these tools are going to keep you organized and make sure that you do not miss out on opportunities worth having. Automation solutions like email marketing systems enable you to nurture leads and share content and communicate with your audience with ease. And this liberates your time to invest in high value tasks that only you can do, moving your business forward. You likely have structured ways of setting goals, such as your SMART goals, right? The specific, the measurable, the achievable, the relevant, and the time bound goals, both in your personal and professional life. And through check ins and tracking progress, you can ensure you're on the right track to make any adjustments necessary along the way. This process keeps you responsible to yourself and your team, assuring you're focused on and connected to your long term vision. Large goals are broken down into smaller, manageable little baby steps, which enable you to celebrate the small victories that motivate and keep you going. Maintaining a resilient and positive mindset is essential for your success, and you likely have systems in place to nurture this. Whether through daily journaling, affirmations, prayer, you cultivate a mindset of gratitude and growth that keeps you grounded, especially when facing challenges. Reflection is also a big part of your routine. By reviewing your successes, challenges, and lessons learned, you can adjust your approach and continuously improve your systems for greater success. Knowing when and where to say no or delegate tasks is essential. You might use a system where at the start of each week, you identify that tasks that are low in energy or outside of your skill set and delegate them accordingly. Whether it's the administrative work or social media scheduling or responding to the non-urgent inquiries, these tasks are delegated to ensure that your focus remains on areas where you provide the most value. This helps avoid burnout and keeps you organized for high impact work. You likely have a network of like-minded professionals and mentors and peers who offer support, guidance, and accountability, whether through mastermind groups or coaching or regular check-ins with trusted colleagues. The system helps you stay aligned with your goals while providing feedback and encouragement. Additionally, you may leverage professional organizations and partnerships to create opportunities for growth, expansion, and collaboration. I have found one amazing community like this within the Increase Ministry that Bob Harrison has created. Bob sends out his weekly video and he calls them nuggets. And they're nuggets of encouragement, and they are such an inspiration. I highly recommend that you check it out at increase.org. Knowing that burnout is a real concern when managing multiple responsibilities, you probably have systems in place to protect your time and energy. This could include setting clear work-life boundaries, blocking out times for self-care, and scheduling breaks throughout your day to recharge. Whether it's taking a walk, engaging in something fun like a hobby, or spending time with loved ones, the moments of relaxation are vital to maintaining your long-term productivity and success. You're committed to continual growth, which is why you likely have systems in place for ongoing learning and development. Whether it's the books, the podcasts, the courses, the networking events, you prioritize keeping up with the latest trends and honing your expertise. This keeps you at the top of your game and ensures that you're always offering your best, most informed self to your community and your clients. To maintain consistent progress, you probably engage in weekly, monthly reviews where you assess what you've accomplished, identify areas for improvement, and adjust your strategies as needed. And these reviews help you stay organized, maintain focus on your goals, and avoid losing track of your priorities. It's a system that fosters accountability both to yourself and your team and ensures that you're consistently making meaningful progress. So the systems you've created in your life and business enable you to stay productive, focused, and successful by leveraging your natural strengths and by focusing on what you do best, streamlining tasks that drain your energy and creating processes that support your long term goals can maintain balance and continue to achieve at a high level. Building systems into your life without feeling overwhelmed doesn't have to be soul crushing, stress inducing marathon. Okay. It can be more like a fun scavenger hunt, like one step at a time. So let's break it down in a way that won't make your brain fry out. The key to avoiding overwhelm is starting small. Seriously, you don't need to design your entire life's blueprint in one go. Okay. Pick one area, just one. Maybe it's your email inbox, or it's your morning routine, or you're deciding what to have for lunch without crying over your choices. Master one small system first. Then you're feeling like a productivity genius. Tackle the next one. Rome wasn't built in a day, and neither is a perfectly curated calendar or schedule. And not all systems are created equal, and not all of them are meant for you. Just because your friend swears by bullet journaling doesn't mean it's your path to success. Maybe you're the type who likes pretty colors and doodling your to do list, or maybe you want the no frills, get it done method, or it comes down to you finding a system that makes you feel like a productivity ninja, not a Pinterest fail. It should feel energizing, not exhausting. Trying to build a system all at once is like trying to learn the tango in one go. Nope. Breaking it down into tiny, easy to follow steps if you're tackling a morning routine. Don't try to do everything at once. Drink water, meditate, journal, walk the dog, save the world. Start with one. Drink water. Once you've mastered that, who knew hydration would be so powerful, right? Then add the next thing. It's baby steps, people. Unless you're training for a marathon, then you want to speed up a little, but we're talking about systems, not fitness right now. So sometimes goals are more motivating when you're realistic. Set a goal like build a productivity empire sounds impressive, but it's vague and might leave you wanting to take a nap instead. Instead, focus on simple, achievable goals like I'm going to spend 10 minutes creating a task list for today. Hey Siri, set a timer for 10 minutes.
10 minutes starting now.
There she goes. Or I'm going to set up my to-do list app and I'm not going to accidentally delete everything, right? It's like, okay, small wins add up faster than you think, and they'll motivate you to tackle bigger tasks with more enthusiasm than that third cup of coffee. Trust me. Siri is still listening to me. How do I turn this off? Okay. All right. Where were we? Overwhelm is often caused by trying to do everything. But guess what? You don't have to. Automate like your life depends on it. Hint, it does. Use the tools that do the heavy lifting for you. Schedule out your social media posts. Set up automatic bill payments, or even set an alarm to remind you to go to the bathroom. For tasks that are low on your energy scale, like responding to emails or filing paperwork, or delegate them. Delegate them to someone else. Or get a digital virtual assistant. If you have one of those, bonus points if they like Alexa, right? Like building systems isn't about creating a 17-step plan for world domination. It's about getting your life together in a way that feels good for you. When things get messy, and they will, remind yourself why you're doing this. You want to be more organized so that you can have more time for your favorite Netflix shows, right? Or you want to have a morning routine that doesn't involve, hitting snooze 72 times. Knowing your bigger reason will keep your systems from feeling like an unnecessary chore. Systems are like your favorite pair of shoes. They need to fit just right. So if something isn't working, don't be afraid to adjust. If your perfectly scheduled day turns into a chaotic disaster because you forgot to eat lunch and now you're hangry, okay, it's okay. Life happens and systems should bend, not break. Just tweak it next time. Systems aren't rigid. They're like your trusty jeans, right? They're stretchy, they're adaptable, and they're there to support you when you need them most. When you're building systems, there's no need to overthink. The simpler, the better. You don't need a color coded chart that looks like it belongs on a rocket ship's dashboard, right? If your to do list is turning into a multi page, font size changing masterpiece, you might want to hit the brakes. Start with a basic list or calendar. And reminder, the goal is to stay organized, not to impress anyone with your excessive use of highlighters. Okay. Taking 10 minutes at the end of the week to reflect on your systems might feel like an unnecessary luxury, but trust me, it's worth it. We do this too at the end of every closing or transaction because what happens is you get to check in on what's working and laugh at yourself for the things that totally didn't go as planned and like, oh, I forgot about that routine. I was supposed to be doing that. Oops. Reflecting helps you fine tune your systems without diving headfirst into a spiral of stress. Plus, it gives you the chance to celebrate the small victories, like actually sticking to your calendar for an entire week. So here's the important lesson. You're building systems, not to create the next unicorn startup. Perfection is overrated. And let's face it, life is messy. So instead of stressing about making everything perfect, focus on progress. Did you get something done today? Awesome. Did you do it without crying? Even better. Your systems don't need to be flawless, they just need to work for you. And that's the secret about making this whole productivity thing not feel like a soul sucking nightmare. So, there you have it. Building systems doesn't have to be like climbing Mount Everest, okay? Start small, keep it simple, and most importantly, don't take yourself too seriously. The goal is to set yourself up for success, not to add more stress to an already busy life. As long as you're consistent, flexible, and have a good sense of humor, you'll be a system building pro before you know it. Now, go forth. Organize your life and conquer your goals, one small, manageable baby step at a time. Here are three impactful self reflection questions based on this chapter. In which of my current systems helps me stay productive and aligned with my goals, and where could I streamline or improve them? I want you to reflect on the systems that you already have in place and identify what works well and determine areas where adjustments can lead to more efficiency and focus. Next, am I honoring my natural energy rhythms throughout the day by time blocking or batching tasks, or do I need to reorganize my schedule for greater balance? Consider whether your schedule aligns with your energy levels to maximize productivity and prevent burnout, and think about how you can better structure your day. Next, what tasks or responsibilities could I delegate or automate to free up more time for high value activities? Think about the tasks that drain you. I mean, the ones that you absolutely dread, and consider how you could delegate them or use technology or AI or automation tools to focus on what truly moves you towards your goals. Chapter 8. Practice self-compassion and prioritize your well-being. High achievement doesn't require sacrificing your well-being. Discover how to nurture your mental, physical, and emotional health without compromising your productivity and goals. The key takeaway here is you can't give your best to others if you're running on empty. You have to prioritize self-care first. Some people wear workaholism like a badge. It's like a badge of honor, as if it's something to be admired. And for a season of my life, I was trapped in that mindset. Back then, I didn't recognize it as a problem at all, at least not in the way it actually was. It didn't feel like a struggle. It felt like more of a relentless drive, like an internal push to accomplish more, to push harder, and to achieve greater success. I was fully immersed in the idea that success meant working more hours, ticking off more endless to do lists, and reaching one milestone after another. My focus wasn't just on the building my business, it was driven by a need to prove something to both myself and others. The more I achieved, the more I felt the pressure to do even more. Before I knew it, my life had become entirely consumed by work. And looking back, I realize how it all began in a rather innocent way. Like many others in real estate, I was driven by a deep desire to serve others and succeed. And the industry was demanding. Expectations are high, and the competition was fierce. And yet, instead of seeking a balance between my personal ambitions and personal life, I threw myself into work with unwavering dedication. It felt like there was always more to accomplish, always another goal to chase, always another phone call to return, always another meeting to attend. The thought of taking a break seemed like alien to me. And I internalized the belief that true success required a constant hustle. At the time, I didn't question this belief. I was convinced that success could only come through relentless effort. I would wake up before dawn, driving straight into work, checking emails even before having breakfast, staying connected with clients, staying on top of every task. I worked late into the night, often sacrificing time with my family and disregarding personal downtime of any kind. My calendar was packed from morning till night with meetings, calls, endless commitments. Rest and recharge were not a part of my vocabulary. Even when I wasn't physically working, my mind was preoccupied with business related thoughts. I convinced myself this was the price of success. But as anyone who has ever experienced the cycle of relentless overwork knows, something has to give eventually. And there were signs that were subtle at first, little hints I initially brushed aside, a constant lingering exhaustion despite getting enough sleep, an undercurrent of frustration and irritability that seemed to emerge out of nowhere. I began to lose my connection to the joy I once found in my work and the activities I used to cherish. Spending time with my family, pursuing hobbies, and taking care of myself felt more like interruptions than necessities. My relationships started to suffer. And the more I worked, the less present I became for the people I loved. And it wasn't that I didn't want to be there for them, but my identity had become intertwined with my work and the pursuit of success, leaving everything else to fall by the wayside. The real turning point came when I realized I felt completely disconnected from everything around me. I was ticking off tasks and reaching milestones, but there was this deep sense of emptiness that I could not ignore. I was not fulfilled. It felt like I was running in circles, moving quickly, but getting nowhere. And the constant pursuit of goals and achievements was draining, leaving me exhausted and completely unfulfilled. I started to wonder if this was really the life I wanted, or if I had simply been following a path that others had laid out for me. The truth hit me hard, and I didn't want to admit it. I had lost the balance between work and life, and it was taking a serious toll. The way I was living wasn't bringing me peace, it was taking it away. And I began to reflect deeply on how I arrived at this point. I asked myself some really hard questions. Was this truly what success was supposed to feel like? Was the relentless pursuit of more work really making me happy? Was I truly content? And perhaps the most important question was, what was I really working towards? Was it recognition? Was it validation? Was it financial success? Or was there something deeper that I had been neglecting in my quest for professional achievement? The truth was, I wasn't sure anymore what success truly looked like for me. I realized that the hustle culture I'd embraced was not serving my well being. I had equated constant work with worth. But deep down, I knew my value wasn't tied to how much I could do or how hard I would push myself. It came from being true to who I am and living a life that prioritized my well being, my relationships, and my deeper sense of purpose. And I decided it was time for a change. It didn't all happen at once, but gradually my mindset began to shift. I started reflecting on my priorities and assessing what truly mattered. I realized that to find balance, I needed to set clear boundaries between work and personal life. I had to permit myself to rest without that lingering guilt of feeling unproductive. I needed to reclaim my time and energy, and most importantly, rediscover the joy that existed beyond work. The first step on my journey was learning to say no. For so long, I had said yes to every opportunity, every request, every project that came my way. But I came to understand that saying yes to everything meant saying no to myself and the things that truly mattered to me. I began practicing the art of saying no, not out of fear or laziness, but with intention. If something didn't align with my long term goals or values, I said no. This helped me create space for the things that truly brought meaning and joy into my life. Another critical shift I made was learning intentionally to schedule time for rest and recovery, just as I scheduled meetings and calls. I established boundaries around my work hours and committed to stepping away from my business at the end of the day. Self care, something I had long neglected in favor of productivity, became a priority. I began dedicating time to activities that rejuvenated me, like going for a walk, reading, journaling, music, spending time with my family, free from the distractions of work. I realized that I couldn't give my best to others if my cup was empty, and taking care of myself was not a luxury, it was a necessity. I also revisited my definition of success. I started viewing success not solely through the lens of career achievements, but by the quality of my life as a whole. Success became about having the time and the energy to nurture relationships, to pursue passions, and to live a life aligned with my values. I came to understand that true success wasn't about working harder or longer. It was about creating a life that brought me joy, peace, and fulfillment in all areas. As I implemented these changes, I noticed a profound shift. I felt more balanced. I felt more present. And most importantly, I felt more energized. My productivity improved, not because I was working harder, but because I'd learned to work smarter. I began focusing on what truly mattered and letting go of the rest. I stopped chasing success at the expense of my happiness, and in doing so, I found a deeper sense of fulfillment and purpose. The season of workaholism was a challenging one, but it taught me invaluable lessons. It taught me that success isn't about how much you do, but how well you live. Balance became essential for long term success, and I realized that my output didn't determine my worth. Most importantly, I learned that taking care of myself is the foundation for everything else. Without a healthy mind, without a healthy body, without a healthy spirit, there's no true success to be found. Now, I'm not just focused on building my career, I'm focused on creating a life that I'm proud of, one that honors all aspects of who I am. I'm so grateful that I followed through with this experience because it became such a meaningful and joyful memory for me. When the convention came around, I asked my assistant, Erin, if she would like to join me for a trip to Orlando. After the conference ended, we planned to spend one day at Disney World. I shared with Erin that my only goal was to visit the enchanted Tiki Room and to savor some Dole soft serve. Two cherished memories from my childhood with my dad, who passed away unexpectedly in his early 60s. She happily agreed, and we kept it to a short visit rather than making it a full day adventure. And to some, it might have seemed a bit silly or even frivolous, but this small act of honoring my dad brought so much meaning and joy to me. The truly remarkable part is as we waited in line to purchase our soft serve, the cashier who served us was wearing a name tag with Brian, Bryan, my dad's name, spelled just like his. I couldn't help but laugh through my tears, thinking, of course, his name would be Brian. It's those little moments, seemingly insignificant, that remind us how much the details of our lives matter to God. Psalm 139:17 says, how precious also are your thoughts to me, O God. How great is the sum of them. If I should count them, they would be more in number than the sand. When I awake, I am still with you. This passage speaks of the countless thoughts God has for us, suggesting that they are more numerous than the grains of sand on a beach. It's often interpreted as a reminder of God's immense love and care for us, highlighting the vastness of his attention to every detail of our lives. Looking back, I'm so glad I chose to take that trip and invite Aaron to come along with me. Within 2 weeks of returning home from the trip to Orlando, Aaron got sick and ended up in the hospital with complications and passed away at the age of 41 years old. It was devastating. The one thing I can say is that I'm grateful that I had the wake up call to prioritize our relationship before it was too late. And for that, I am so thankful. So here's a question for you. What are some practical ways to practice self compassion, especially when you're feeling overwhelmed by responsibilities? Make a list, start adding them to your calendar. Long-term success is actually achieving long-term success is actually achieved when one recharges physically, mentally, and emotionally through self-care. The practice of self-care protects a person from burnout and helps to manage his or her stress levels by building resilience, factors that drive continued performance. The negative impact of ignoring one's well-being, such as chronic stress, reduced productivity, and health problems, is avoided when one practices regular self-care. Such practices as physical exercise, stress management, maintaining healthy relationships, and rest promotes the maintenance of overall health and effectiveness. And in the long run, these practices prevent mental and physical exhaustion, allowing individuals to be involved, focused, and productive. Promoting self-care benefits not only the individual well-being, Promoting self-care benefits not only individual well-being, but also contributes to a positive workplace environment. Leaders and organizations that emphasize self-care can cultivate a culture that supports creativity and focus and energy, key ingredients for long-term success, and reduce burnout risks. Ultimately, self-care is a proactive strategy for improving resilience and maintaining productivity without the threat of burnout. Here are 3 powerful questions based on Chapter 8. First, how can I identify when I'm slipping into workaholism, and what small steps can I take to bring myself back into balance? Reflect on the signs that indicate you're pushing yourself too hard and think about simple actions like take a break or saying no or maintain a healthier work-life balance. Number 2, what are my top self-care practices? How can I ensure I prioritize them regularly to avoid burnout? Consider which self-care activities rejuvenate you physically or mentally or emotionally, and schedule them into your calendar and make sure they're a part of your routine. Question number 3, what does success truly mean to me? And how can I redefine it to include personal well-being and fulfillment alongside professional achievement? Explore your personal definition of success and assess how you align it with your values, ensuring that it promotes both productivity and well being. Chapter 9. Be willing to adapt and pivot with grace. Change is an inevitable part of life, and how you respond to it has a significant impact on your long term success. In this chapter, we'll explore the power of adaptability and why most successful individuals are those who can pivot and innovate when circumstances shift. The key takeaway here is embracing flexibility and maintaining an open mindset are essential to thriving in today's ever changing world. As my father in law, Frank, often says, blessed are those that are flexible, for they will not break. As a missionary and pastor with a remarkable legacy, those words carry deep wisdom. We would do well to take them to heart. Adaptability has become one of the most essential skills in today's fast-moving world. It allows us to thrive in environments that are constantly shifting, whether due to evolving technology, changing market conditions, or the way we work. The ability to pivot and adjust and embrace change is critical to staying relevant and successful. Those who remain rigid and unwilling to adapt will quickly find themselves left behind as the world continues to evolve. For instance, the rise of remote work and digital tools during COVID-19 pandemic forced countless businesses to adapt almost overnight. And these companies were able to embrace new technologies, adjust their communication styles, and shift their strategies. Not only they didn't just survive, but they thrived. Meanwhile, those who resisted change often struggled to keep up. And this adaptability isn't just important for businesses. Individuals who can adapt are better equipped to handle personal challenges as well. Whether it's navigating family changes, personal growth, or acquiring new skills, adaptability ensures that you maintain momentum even when life presents unexpected hurdles. Research backs this idea as well. Studies consistently show that individuals who embrace adaptability are more likely to achieve career success and personal satisfaction because they can effectively navigate complex and ever-changing environments. Adaptability doesn't mean constantly shifting goals. It means being flexible in your approach, open to new ideas, and willing to embrace the unknown when necessary. For me, adaptability has truly been a game changer. When I began my career, I had to quickly adapt to new technologies, evolving work methods, and shifting ways of thinking. And I refused to let setbacks or the fast paced change hold me back. Instead, I embraced these changes, choosing to grow through them, which has kept me moving forward. Today, my adaptability has been instrumental in building multiple businesses, nurturing relationships, and continuing to grow in every area of my life. Adaptability provides the key to stability where there is none, moving forward in balance and attaining progress when one remains uncertain. It's all about understanding that the world does change and that you move with those changes with poise and the tools with which to flourish. As such, as you aspire to succeed in the swift-paced world, adaptability isn't a skill, but a mindset that will keep you moving forward. The process of learning to pivot when things don't go as planned without feeling defeated starts with changing your perspective. It's about learning that pivoting doesn't equate to admitting failure, but being flexible and resourceful at times when unexpected obstacles present themselves. Instead of seeing setbacks as failures, use them as opportunities to learn and grow from, making whatever adjustments are needed. That shift in mindset eliminates fear of failure and allows one to move forward with confidence and purpose. So recognize that failure is a part of the process. Every successful person has encountered obstacles and had to adjust their plans along the way. In fact, many breakthroughs Many breakthroughs come after multiple failures. According to a study published in the Harvard Business Review, resilient people view failure as a stepping stone rather than a setback, which is key to adapting and growing through challenges. It's not about avoiding failure, it's about how you respond to it. You've got to embrace a growth mindset. Psychologist Carol Dweck's research on the growth mindset suggests that people who believe their abilities and intelligence can develop with effort and perseverance are more likely to bounce back from setbacks. So, what's your bounce back ability? A growth mindset encourages experimentation, learning, which can lead to creative solutions when things don't go as planned. Instead of saying, I failed, ask yourself, what can I learn from this? And how can I use this experience to improve? Break down the problem. Sometimes when we feel stuck, it's because we're overwhelmed by the bigger picture. So try breaking down your goals and problems into smaller, more manageable baby steps. This approach can reduce stress and give you clarity on how to pivot. And research in cognitive psychology shows that breaking tasks into smaller chunks makes it easier to adapt and find solutions. And look for the lesson. When things don't go according to plan, take a step back, assess the situation, and ask yourself questions like, what did I learn? What could I do differently moving forward? And the answers might lead you to new opportunities that you hadn't considered yet. By seeing failure as feedback, you can adjust and move forward without feeling like you've failed. Give yourself permission to pivot. Sometimes the hardest part is giving yourself permission to change course. It's easy to feel like you've invested too much time or too much money or too much effort into one path to turn back. But continuing down a path that isn't working is often more costly in the long run. Research shows that the sooner you adjust your approach, the quicker you'll recover and find a path that works for you. Pivoting is not about giving up. It's about staying flexible and finding new and more effective ways to move forward. And so by reframing setbacks as learning opportunities, embracing a growth mindset, and giving yourself the freedom to adjust, you'll navigate challenges without feeling like you failed. Instead, you'll see that the ability to pivot is a strength, not a weakness. Changing or adjusting to change and getting into new opportunities is a lot like trying to make your dog learn to enjoy bath time. It's messy to get there, but totally worth it. The first thing you need to do is understand that change is the realization that change is inevitable. Change is that guest that appears at your party uninvited, but often with all the best stories. Sure, you might want to avoid it, but sooner or later, change is going to pop into your life when the time comes. So you've got to acknowledge your fear, but don't let it be the boss. You've heard fight or flight, right? Well, when change knocks, your brain might immediately want to run and hide under the covers with a pint of ice cream. But instead of letting fear take the wheel, invite it to sit shotgun. Fear is just your brain's way of saying, hold up, we're not used to this. So acknowledge it, but don't let it drive you off the cliff. Next, you got to find the fun in it. Fear of change often comes from the unknown, and let's face it, the unknown is terrifying, like walking into a room full of balloons, unsure if one's going to pop. But instead of panicking, shift your mindset to see the opportunity. New things might mean new adventures, new friends, or maybe even new pizza toppings. Instead of focusing on the what ifs, ask yourself, what if this is the best thing that ever happened to me? It's like swapping out your salad for a bowl of yummy guacamole. You never know what delicious surprises await. Baby steps are your best friend. Remember, even your favorite superhero had to start somewhere, probably in a questionable outfit. So change doesn't have to be a giant leap. Sometimes it's more like baby steps, small, tiny, minuscule, manageable, and cute enough to make you feel like you're moving in the right direction without tripping over your own feet. Want to take on a new job opportunity? Start by learning one new skill. Want to move to a new city? Google the best coffee shops in the area. These small wins are like your practice rounds before the big game. And learn from others who've done it. Have you ever noticed how many people write books, give talks, or post motivational quotes about overcoming fear? It's because it's a universal experience. The good news is you're not alone. People who've gone through change, whether it's career shifts or moving or trying out new things, can be great resources for insights and tips. Plus, hearing their stories of triumph over fear is like watching someone else face their fear so that you don't have to. It's kind of like getting to the top of the roller coaster first. So embrace the chaos. Change is often chaotic. It's like putting together IKEA furniture without instructions. But the beauty of embracing the chaos is realizing it's temporary. It's temporary. Once you figure out how to align the pieces and possibly curse in the process, you end up with a pretty great end result. So, embrace the messy middle and remind yourself that it's just a part of the process. Remember, your comfort zone is overrated. Comfort zones are like stretchy pants. They're great for a while, but eventually they start to hold you back, right? Because growth happens outside your comfort zone where things are a bit messy and unpredictable. But here's the thing, the more you step outside that cozy little bubble, the easier it gets. Think of it like a muscle. The more you exercise it, the stronger and more flexible you become. Change can be intimidating, but it's also one of the most transformative things that can happen to you. So take a deep breath, put on your adventurous spirit, and dive into the unknown. And if things don't go as planned, you can always retreat to your trusty, stretchy pants. Embracing change has been a core part of my journey. But one of the most pivotal moments came when I decided to pivot my business after going through a divorce. At the time, I held on to the belief that being a single mom meant struggle, and that belief was shaping both my mindset and my approach to my life and my business. I realized that I had to let go of the thought process to fully embrace the opportunities that were waiting for me. It wasn't an easy journey, but once I freed myself from the belief that my circumstances would determine my future, something remarkable happened. I began to see change as a reset, not a setback. I stepped into the unknown, making bold moves, investing in myself, transforming my habits, refining my business strategies, and even reimagining my goals. And the result? My business grew faster than I'd envisioned, and my personal life blossomed with newfound energy. No longer stuck in a cycle of struggle, I started operating from a place of empowerment, and I came to realize that change could be the gateway to new opportunities, even when they weren't immediately visible. This kind of transformation did not happen overnight, friends, but it led to some of the most rewarding decisions I've made in my personal and professional life. I learned that embracing change, especially when it feels daunting or uncertain, opened doors to possibilities far beyond what I could have anticipated. The key lies in trusting the process, taking small intentional steps, and seeing change not as a threat, but as an opportunity for growth. And I believe this is where obedience and childlike faith come into play. It feels like a treasure hunt with God. It's an adventure where I need to approach it with a light heart and trust that He has something extraordinary waiting for me. It's about letting go of my plans, my timing, my expectations, and choosing to trust Him moment by moment. Here are questions for chapter 9. When was the last time I had to adapt to a significant change, and how did I respond to it? I want you to reflect on a recent experience when you had to shift when you had to shift your approach? What lessons did you learn from that experience, and how did your mindset help or hinder your ability to pivot? What fears or limiting beliefs do I need to overcome to embrace change with confidence? I want you to consider how fear or past experiences may be holding you back from embracing change. How can you reframe these challenges as opportunities for growth instead of threats? And then finally, how can I cultivate a growth mindset to better navigate future challenges and embrace change as an opportunity for growth? Here, I want you to think about how you can apply a growth mindset in the face of uncertainty or difficulty. What practical steps can you take to stay open to learning even when things don't go as planned? Chapter 10. True leadership is not simply about personal achievement or accumulating power. It's about harnessing your influence, your resources, and your position to elevate those around you. Leadership, at its core, is about service, using your strengths, your abilities, and platform to help others achieve their goals. This chapter is a deep dive into what it means to lead with purpose and serve others, exploring how to shift from an individualistic view of leadership to a collective, impact driven mindset that not only empowers others, but ultimately creates a more meaningful and sustainable legacy. The essence of leadership moving beyond personal success. So, to many, the notion of leadership is too often reduced to personal success, making it up the corporate ladder, receiving recognition, and reaching one's goals. These things in themselves are well and good, but incomplete without consideration of their impact on the world beyond the self. True leadership is about creating ripples, inspiring others to achieve their full potential, and leaving the world a better place in the process. When leaders focus on their own success, they miss the opportunity to make a lasting, transforming difference in the lives of others. Leadership that serves others builds a community, creates collaboration, and spreads the wealth of success within a team or an entire organization. As Simon Sinek once said, leadership is not about being in charge. It's about taking care of those in your charge. And this simple yet powerful statement belies the conventional view of leadership, emphasizing service at the core of effective leadership. What does it mean to lead with purpose and serve others? Well, the power of a purpose driven leader is that too many, the notion of leadership is too often reduced to the personal success, right? And so this would mean that the moment that one focuses on their own leadership success, they lose their chance to create a transformational difference in others' lives. And leadership is about serving others and then building a community. And the power of purpose isn't just limited to the workplace. It extends into community building, social impact, and personal relationships. When you lead with purpose, you create an environment where people feel inspired to work together towards a shared goal. People are more likely to go above and beyond when they believe their work has meaning. This is where the real magic happens, when leadership transcends individual ambition and becomes a force for good. The principle of servant leadership, possibly leading with purpose, best emanates from the philosophy of servant leadership, first coined by Robert Greenleaf in the 1970s. This definition insists that the best leaders serve. Rather than leverage their roles, commanding or dictating for all to follow, servant leaders empower their teams by they enabling them through active listening and then providing the necessary tools, resources, and support system to get the job well done. In its essence, servant leadership incorporates empathy, it's humility, and emotional intelligence into it. This leadership provides opportunities to eliminate obstacles and offer help to team members to assist in the pursuit of employee goals. According to Greenleaf, the definition was the servant leader is servant first, indicating that the true leadership actually begins with the focus on serving others. Extensive research evidence has established that servant leadership impacts employee satisfaction, motivation, and organizational culture significantly. And one study published in the Journal of Business Ethics proved that servant leadership is related positively to employees' job satisfaction and commitment to the organization. It's also established that it builds an ethical work environment that promotes cooperation and mutual respect. Servant leadership isn't about CEOs or business owners. It applies to everyone who has influence over someone else, be it a parent, a teacher, a coach, a community leader. Through leading with humility and paying attention to the needs of others, you help build an environment that is much more supportive, much more trustworthy, and ripe for growth. By so doing, you model for others a leadership style which earns loyalty, collaboration, and continuous development. Creating impact through service to others. One of the most rewarding aspects of leadership is the ability to make a meaningful, lasting impact on others' lives. And whether you're guiding a team at work or leading a group of volunteers in your community, your leadership has the power to shape outcomes and transform lives. However, this requires intentionality and a commitment to using your position to serve others' needs. Embracing service as a part of your leadership approach does not mean that you have to sacrifice what you want or aspire for. It simply means having your vision in line with the betterment of others around you. When you give service a priority, a ripple effect is caused, which goes well beyond your close circle. For instance, a leader who invests time in mentoring employees, teaching them new skills, does not empower individuals alone. He or she strengthens the whole organization. And in this way, the success of the team becomes linked with the success of the leader. Leaders who invest in their communities through volunteering, organizing charitable events, or supporting social causes builds trust and goodwill. And when you serve others, showing them that you care about their well-being, you cultivate a deeper connection with them. And it's been repeatedly proven that people who feel supported and cared for are more willing to engage, show loyalty, and contribute to the collective success of the group. So by leading by serving also creates a virtuous cycle. The more you serve others, the more they're inclined to pay it forward and help others in turn. And it leads to a supportive and a collaborative network that leads to more innovation, more trust, and more success. According to research at the Academy of Management Perspectives, leaders who act as role models themselves elicit helping behaviors among their employees, thus leading to a higher level of team performance and greater organizational success. Building a legacy of leadership through service. True leadership is not measured by the accolades you collect or the positions that you hold. It's measured by the impact you have on others. When you lead with purpose and serve others, you build a legacy that transcends your personal achievements. It's the mark you leave on the world and the people whose lives you've touched. Building a leadership legacy through service is about casting. Oh, let me say that again. Building a leadership legacy through service is about creating lasting change. It's about planting seeds that will continue to grow long after you're gone. This can be achieved by investing in others, mentoring, guiding, and encouraging them to reach their fullest potential. When you pour into others, you leave behind a ripple effect that will continue to inspire and lead after your direct influence has faded. As you think about your leadership journey, consider the example you want to set for others. Do you want to be remembered for your accomplishments alone? Or do you want to be remembered for the lives you've changed and the communities you've built? Leadership that is rooted in purpose and service creates a legacy that extends beyond individual success and touches the lives of many. So, here are some practical steps. Number one, know your why. Start by identifying your personal purpose. What drives you? What do you hope to achieve, not just for yourself, but for others? When you understand your deeper motivations, it becomes easier to align your actions with your greater purpose. Number two, listen actively. A big part of serving others is understanding their needs. Practice active listening to truly hear what people are saying. This helps you identify ways you can support them, whether in the workplace, at home, or in your community. Number three, empower others. Leadership is about enabling others to succeed, whether you're providing resources, mentorship, or opportunities. Focus on empowering those around you to achieve their goals. Number four, lead by example. Be the example of the behaviors you want to see in others. Serve with humility, serve with empathy, serve with authenticity, and others will follow suit. Next, make a positive impact. Look for ways to serve beyond your immediate circle, whether it's volunteering, mentoring, or supporting a cause. Find opportunities to create a ripple effect of service that benefits the broader community. And finally, celebrate others' success. Recognize and celebrate the achievements of those around you. When people feel valued and appreciated, they're more likely to be motivated and encouraged to then go and be more engaged in their work. So, leading with purpose and serving others is not just a noble ideal. It's a transformative approach to leadership that can create lasting change in the workplace, in communities, and in the world. By embracing the principles of servant leadership and aligning your goals with the success of others, you can build stronger, more resilient teams, organizations, ministries, and communities. Leadership is not about what you achieve for yourself, but about the positive impact you make on others. When you lead with purpose and serve others, you inspire a culture of collaboration, of growth, and innovation. And by doing so, you create a legacy that endures long after your time in the spotlight. True leaders understand that their greatest success is not measured by their own accomplishments, but by the success they help others achieve. And that, in the end, is the most powerful form of leadership. Here are 3 questions for Chapter 10. What is my personal why? And how can I align my leadership actions to serve the greater good of my team or community? How can I actively listen and identify the needs of others to support their growth and success? And finally, what practical steps can I take to lead by example and serve others through mentorship, empowerment, and community involvement? Think about one specific action you can take immediately to serve others, whether it's offering guidance, providing resources, or volunteering. How can you start creating a ripple effect of positive change through your actions? Conclusion. Final note from Rebecca. Well, here we are. At the end of this book, and more importantly, at the beginning of your journey towards intentional living. If you've made it this far, chances are you're ready for change. You're ready to stop winging it. And finally, take control of your life. The truth is, you've always had the power to lead your life with purpose, but now it's time to unlock that power by making a conscious decision to stop letting life happen to you and start making it happen for you. When you stop winging it, you're choosing to live with clarity. You're aligning with your core values and letting them guide every decision you make. These aren't just goals on a checklist. They're goals that will propel you towards the life you've always dreamed of, that is filled with meaning and fulfillment and lasting impact. You are building resilience, not just because life will inevitably throw challenges your way, but because you know that each setback is an opportunity to grow and emerge stronger. Embrace your uniqueness, your neurodiversity, your strengths, and stop trying to fit into a mold that wasn't made for you. Your brain is your superpower. And when you learn to harness it, you'll unlock an abundance of untapped potential. Focus on what you excel at and let go of the things that drain your energy. Build systems that make your life simpler, ensuring consistency in your pursuit of success without sacrificing your well being along the way. And yes, you'll need to be adaptable. Life is constantly evolving, and those who can pivot gracefully thrive. Be open to change, be open to innovation, and be open to leading with purpose. Leadership isn't about having all the answers, it's about serving others. It's about helping them achieve their goals and creating a lasting impact that extends beyond personal success. So, now is the time to stop flying by the seat of your pants and start living a life that's intentionally designed with purpose and meaning. You've got this, and I'm here cheering you on every step of the way. Don't just go through the motions. Create the life you've always dreamed of. Lead with purpose, serve with intention, and remember, you are the author of your own story. We were not meant to do it alone. And if you want to be a part of a community that values intentional living, we would love for you to join us. There are countless ways to connect through social media, workshops, keynotes, and I believe in the power of intentional living. And it's my passion to help others lead with purpose. And so, if you want to bring this message to your workplace, to your church, or your organization, I'm available for speaking engagements, workshops, keynotes, training sessions, coaching. I would love to collaborate and inspire your communities to embrace leadership and take charge of their lives. Are you ready to apply these principles within your team or organization? I specialize in helping groups like yours break through barriers and reach their full potential. If you'd like to invite me to speak or teach at your next event, don't hesitate to reach out. I'd love to make it happen. Take care, Rebecca. More information can be found at RebeccaDelPozo.com. And I want to thank you so much for being on this journey to stop winging it. Don't accept your life, lead it.